2023 wasn't a good year for the Carolina Panthers, but I'm trying to make 2024 a better one for myself. Get started on your resolutions with Factor so you're ready for the new year. Factor's ready-to-eat meal delivery takes the stress out of meal planning and sets you up for success in the new year. Skip the grocery stores, prep work, and cooking fatigue. Instead, get chef-crafted, dietitian-approved meals delivered right to your door. With over 35 meals to choose from per week, including keto options, calorie smart, vegan plus veggie, and more, plus over 55 weekly add-ons, you'll have a ton of nutritious and flavorful options to kickstart your resolutions. Skip that overpriced takeout trap. Factor is cheaper and way more delicious than takeout. Get chef-crafted, restaurant-quality meals delivered right to your door, and they're ready to heat and eat in just 2 minutes, which means more time for you. Head to factormeals.com/C350 and use the promo code C350 to get 50% off. That's code C350 at factormeals.com/C350 to get 50% off.
What's up, Panther fans? Happy draft day. That's right. Happy draft night. It's going to be a fun time tonight as we have our 6th annual C3 live draft party where we hang out with the best fans in the world talking football, following our hopes and dreams, where the song gets a little mushy too because of that. Everybody's Chris Wright tonight. 32 men hoping to get drafted. And Cody Lashney hanging here with me, celebrating draft night. Welcome to the party, pal.
Dude, I am so pumped, man. We're looking at the future of the Carolina Panthers tonight. We might trade up. We might maybe even trade back. I don't know. I am pumped, man. The chat room is lit. I'm ready for it, man. I am absolutely stoked, right?
All right. We're checking Cody's audio out to make sure, because all I know is if it's not working, I just got to click one button. That's it. One button. But, man, we got turn you up some?
Yeah, maybe Justin.
All right. Yes. Cool. All right, so here. Look, this is our 6th party, dude. What we've done is we started back when it was Google Hangout. When it was just Google Hangout. When there was nothing but just a couple of jokers hanging out, watching the NFL draft party. And I gotta say this, is that if you ain't here, unless you're at Bank of America, which I think Nova Black's calling in from later, or you're at the draft, but you're not at a party, and you're just chilling out. This is the best place on the internet to hang out and get to know these draft picks. Cody, big night. We've all been waiting for it. The fans have been waiting for it. What are you most excited as we're 2 minutes away from them kicking off the official start of the draft? We still got 10 minutes before somebody will make a pick.
Yeah, man. Apparently, who knows what's real, what isn't real. Quinnen Williams has been told that apparently there is still a chance he could be drafted by the Arizona Cardinals. So should Kyler Murray not go number 1? Where does he fall off the board? Washington wants to trade up for a quarterback. Apparently there's going to be a run on offensive tackles. Man, I honestly have no idea how this is going to pan out, man. But I'm just going to sit here and chill with the chat room, drink my Modelo, and just have a good damn time, man. Just let it be what it is.
All right. Look, we're here hanging out with you guys. we want you to be a part of the show. Jump in the chat room. It's always popping in there on YouTube. But also, why don't you call in? Call in to the podcast. We'll get you on the show tonight. The number's 252-228-5098. You can leave a voicemail. I'll download it. I'll upload it. I'll play it for you. We'll see how you guys are reacting to this draft as we are now on my clock. What does your clock say? I'm at a 106, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 1 minute right now. How out of sync are we?
1 minute. So what stream are you watching? NFL
I'm watching
Network or
ESPN. I'm on ESPN.
I am on NFL Network. I can change it if you would like. It doesn't matter.
I don't. I using Hulu TV, so we're kind of gonna learn what the lag time is. I think Hulu is a little. Any streaming television is usually a hair or two behind Cody, so we're gonna have Cody calling out the picks as much. And when he jumps off, I know you got to jump off for a minute and do some things tonight for Draft Tech. We'll keep the show rocking and rolling as you do.
I shouldn't have to, man. I wrote a bunch of what-if scenarios so that all I have to do is copy and paste it, man. But we're good to go. And we're joined by our first guest tonight, Cody from Virginia. What's up, brother?
How's it going, guys?
Cody,
Sorry,
man.
Paul.
Cody, VA, C-O-V-A. We call you Kova. Like, we got Nova, Kova, Cody. No, but Cody, welcome to the show. I know you're excited about the draft. You've been following not only the podcast, been a part of the podcast. We're counting down here, and already the drama is tight and heightened around the Kyler Murray potential shakeup that could be there. But let's start with this, guys. The Carolina Panthers are entering the 2019 draft with the 16th pick. Let's go through quickly and just outline the needs of the Panthers at this moment, and let's rate them from top to bottom. And I think we can be on. Actually, I will ask you 1 or 2, 1A, 1B, Cody, edge rush, offensive lineman.
So there are 2 of them now. You're going to have to differentiate.
Cody, my Cody, our Cody.
All right, so say that one more time. Which one do you think we need the most?
Yeah, like right in priority, just priority of need right now for the Carolina Panthers, looking at them, not who's best at 16, just positions of need, ranking them from the most important of need, the neediest to the least neediest. Right now, I know we're tight with offensive line and tight on defensive line, but can you differentiate between the edge and tackle? Is it 1A, 1B? Where do you see those two?
I don't know, man. I've been moving back and forth. I had a change of heart on the podcast, but now I don't know, man. I think I'm back on team build that wall, and we've been chanting that for a long time on this very show. And it's time to build a safe pocket for Cam Newton. Build him a safe space, man. Build him a safe space, just like it was in college. And then I'll say defensive end. I'm confident we will either be drafting a defensive end or an offensive tackle. I'm hoping that it's one of the two, and I think everybody's probably in the same boat.
All right, Cody in Virginia, what we got here is 1A. Right now, Cody, C3 Cody says is offensive tackle. He's going 1B. Right now, I'm ranking defensive end as our number one neediest need because I feel like the drop-off is getting pretty quick and steep, and you're talking about a line that's led by Mario Addison on the edge, who is not a spring chicken anymore. So, to me, that's where I'm at. 1A for me is defensive end.
To be fair, I think I probably agree with that. I'm not going to be mad with either decision. I think when you look at the value a defensive end brings, I mean, an offensive lineman as well, don't get me wrong.
Right.
But the strength of this class is astronomical, in my opinion. I mean, I for me, and maybe I'm just being naive, or maybe I'm just playing the year by year, roller coaster that we go on. But it doesn't feel like I've ever seen a draft class this deep from any of the defensive line, much less the edge. And there are a lot of interior guys too that I think are important. So I think, as you said, there's a big drop off, and I think Cody has made a point to make this a priority to talk about, which is there is a steep drop from round 1 talent to round 2 talent when it comes to the defense. That's not so much the case in offense. So on the offensive line, so I think definitely defensive line is the more heavy need.
And I think that's par for course, to be honest, is that I think that there's always a much steeper decline when it comes to defensive, because athleticism and size is so important. All right, so right now is that my next, and so I think our new guest coming in, you're going to have to cut down the TV hair. So what we got here is next, I think, in the needs of the Carolina Panthers heading into this draft. While no one's going to be upset there is a sneaky need creeping up on the Carolina Panthers, and that is linebacker at this point. You would be surprised that linebacker could be a need for the team that has historically had two of the best, always had a great linebacker duo. But right now, we're a little thin, and we could be moving to a system where the linebacker is even more important.
Yeah, I can see why, because we also are having to exercise. We're also debating on the Shaq Thompson contract as well.
Let me ask this: who just came in?
Yeah, so this is my buddy Jesse. He's a follower of the podcast. What's going on, Jesse?
What's up?
How you doing, man?
Welcome to the party, pal.
Yeah, it's a new experience for me. I've never done these podcasts, but we'll give it a shot.
Okay, all right. So how about this? Is where then do you stand on the next need for one of the Carolina Panthers? Where do you rank anything? What do you rank after offensive linemen? And I'll start with Cody, C3 Cody, and then we'll go to our new guest.
So as of right now, I believe Andre Dillard is the best fit for us. Cam Newton, outside of Jordan Gross, has never had a left tackle to truly man the blind side, and I feel Andre Dillard is the truest left tackle in the draft. He has incredible athleticism for the position. He might still need to work on his hand placement just a little, but it's nothing that an NFL coaching program, especially John Matsko, won't be able to help him out with. So, in my opinion, Andre Dillard would be the pick for us if it went offensive tackle in the first round. I don't know that he's going to be there at 16. I hear that the offensive tackles are very coveted right now, and there's a potential run on tackles that could happen that we might not be a part of unless we trade up. I don't necessarily know that I like that scenario, but it might very well be a possibility.
So, Jesse, what position of need is creeping up in your list right now? Because I think
I would consider going. Me personally, I like getting a defensive end in the first round. More specifically, like a Stephen Farrell, Montez Sweat, if he drops due to the heart condition. Last time we picked up somebody that had a heart condition, it was the start with Tudele. Because we can move Taylor Moton over to left tackle, but the thing is we don't got the depth there, so we could use the first round pick on the elite defensive talent and use a second round pick on somebody like a Yadni Kajust or a Caleb McRae from Washington.
Cody and Virginia, let me ask you this, though. After tonight, after the first round, where do you see the direction, the day 2, day 3 of the draft going? The Panthers, obviously, I think we wouldn't be sad or displeased if they drafted all offensive linemen and defensive linemen with all their picks. But obviously, you're going to have to do some other things to continue to pad your roster. You might be, we've heard from the very back end, potentially running backs could go late. We've also heard the noise surrounding quarterbacks. Where do you see the team's direction after they, if and when they start to address those primary defensive and offensive lines, 3rd, 4th round pick, kind of directional? What do you see this team really needing going, and what would you really want this team to come away with after this weekend?
Let me first make it a little easier on you. Just say CK. You don't have to call me Cody. That way it doesn't complicate things.
Thank you. CK.
Go. No problem. There you go. Outside, I think nobody can really deny the fact that we have a need at that free safety. To me personally, I feel like that should be the next need. If we feel like we filled all the pieces in the first two, maybe even the 3 rounds with our offensive defensive line, then sure, let's go ahead and draft a safety next. I don't feel like there's another position in more pressing need than the free safety position. And we saw what it did last year with James Adam on the back end of his career, how that really can impact the game and how the game can flow and get out of hand quickly when you have somebody who's not able to play to the speed of a lot of these NFL wide receivers.
Cody and Cody C3 Cody is, let me ask this, is who's dropping right now? Whose stock is on the decline as we're approaching the beginning of this draft? We heard Sweat. Jesse said Sweat should be an option. Where is some of the movement that has changed from where you thought from a month ago, maybe?
Well, okay, so here's an update on Montez Sweat. Apparently now the doctors for the Houston Texans told him that there was a mistake made at the combine.
A misdiagnosis?
And they actually said that they measured a part of the muscle that shouldn't have been in consideration when trying to understand what was going on. So apparently there isn't a big problem with Montez Sweat, as was once previously reported. Now, I don't know if
he's got to be pissed as shit, dude. I'm going to sue them. He should sue.
Maybe not, though. I mean, if teams know – if teams know that, I mean, he hasn't been drafted yet. If that's a real thing, then there's no reason why he might not be in top 10 consideration.
Well, hopefully a naked sex video will surface in the next 5 minutes.
Oh my God.
Somebody please take a bong hit in wearing a gas mask and drop to the Panthers at 16.
All right, I'll do it.
Okay, so how far are we at? Right now I'm on the ESPN, right? I'm looking at ESPN, and they don't got the countdown anymore because the draft has officially started. What do we got going on right now?
Right now they're showing some people. Marcus Mariota's on stage.
Yeah, I got NFL Network, so.
Have they given away the award on your TV yet? It looks like they got.
Yeah, they just did.
So I'm way behind Joe.
Okay.
Mean Joe Greed is talking right now on my stream. Okay. So as we continue to dissect this Carolina Panthers draft as we're going in, so Montez Sweat, CK, you're saying you don't think he falls all of a sudden?
I don't think so. I mean, even if you read the reports, Rappaport, if you want to trust what he says, I mean, I think he's moved up the draft boards based on what he said, just based solely on that. So I could see him going quicker. I think that just that in the back of their mind of, drafting him in the top 10 and possibly not even being able to play due to a heart condition is something to scare somebody in the top 10 because that's a valuable spot to be. So I wouldn't be surprised if he's drafted top 10.
Yeah, I think another one that's slipping through the cracks is we don't really need him, but DK Metcalf. He was like top 5 pick.
Yeah,
first
true.
Month, and he's been sliding down and into the.
So what do you do, though? What happens as a team right here where you say over and over, best player available, and then somebody slides down like that you actually think is pretty dang awesome? Now, I don't know what they think of DK Metcalf. I know that Draft Twitter has told us that there are 100 reasons not to like DK Metcalf, and one of those is that he is too in shape. I like that one. Is that you are too fit to be drafted, sir. There is no way that you could have that body mass right there. What do you do in a case like that linebacker falls?
All right, Arizona's on the clock.
Yeah, they are on the clock. If I may jump in on on DK. Listen, he's going to make a living basically doing what Calvin Johnson did, running slant routes and go
pretty
routes.
dang awesome.
Yeah, and you don't have to run a full route tree if you are elite at a certain few number of things. And I genuinely feel if you know how to use Metcalf, the man's going to be an absolute monster in the NFL. No doubt. But I have heard that he might fall. Man, I wouldn't doubt it if Green Bay jumps on him. Let Aaron Rodgers have a true number one wide receiver.
All right, we got another guest to the podcast right now. We've got Scott Mason from Fly Like a Jet podcast. Play Like a Jet podcast. Excuse me. Play Like a Jet podcast. I'm going no notes right now, Scott. Part of the Overtime Media Network. Thanks for joining us. Welcome to the 6th annual live draft. If you got your TV up, though, we do need you to turn it down a hair. I don't know whose TV it is. But what we do is we break down this draft and we watch it as it unfolds as we cycle in. We brought you on here, Scott, because your Jets, you're picking high in this draft. Where are you at as Arizona's on the clock right now?
Yeah, it was funny when you said fly like a jet. I'm thinking that you think that I host an Eagles show when you said fly.
I almost said confused. Fly like an eagle. I swear to God, I almost said it, and I was like, what am I doing? But, yes, play like a jet.
But, yeah, right now it's really interesting because I've been talking to some of the beat writers today and trying to figure out what's going on. There's so much smoke, so it's almost impossible to tell what's real and what isn't. What I would do, this all comes down to what happens here with the number one pick, because if Kyler Murray goes first, then that means that Nick Bosa or Quinnen Williams would be available at number 3. I think the Jets would be insane not to take one of the two of them and to trade out. But it seems like their general manager, Mike McCagnon, is obsessed with the idea of trading back and getting extra picks. I talked about this on my podcast, not fly like a jet, but play like a jet.
Thank you.
I talked about this.
Sorry about that.
Back in I'm busting it. It's what we do in New York. We bust chops. But back in 1997, the Jets had the number 1 overall pick. Orlando Pace was a generational tackle. Everybody knew it. And Bill Parcells had just come over. They lost draft picks to get him in a deal with the Patriots. So Parcells felt like he had to replace the pick. And so he traded the number 1 pick, traded down twice. Pace went on to be one of the greatest players of all time. The Jets got James Farrier, who is all right, never went on to do much with them. He went on to have a really good career in Pittsburgh, and the other picks ended up amounting to pretty much nothing. So there's a danger to me if you have a blue chip prospect sitting there, you take them, and that's the end of it as far as I'm concerned. But it sounds like they're obsessed with trading down. I'm hearing that depending on who's on the board, you could see a trade back with the Raiders one spot, who may want to jump up 1 pick to grab a quarterback.
That's so
possibly
ridiculous.
Dwayne Haskins.
Why?
Yeah.
It's not like y'all are going to pick a quarterback.
Well, it's not so much about what the Jets would do.
Somebody else going to swoop in? They're worried about that?
That's what it is. I think they want to do it to make sure, because the Jets are obviously looking to trade back, so they don't want somebody else to jump them. So that I would be fine with if they're moving up for a quarterback. But then there's talk the Bills would move up with the Jets, and they would take Quinnen Williams, which would drive me out of my mind, because Quinnen Williams is, to me, by far the best player in this draft. And to not only get out of that spot I'm hearing a second rounder and maybe another mid-rounder, and not only to lose out on a guy that I think could be a generational talent, but to let him go to a team in your division is just insane to me. So we'll see what happens, but I have a feeling I'm going to be recording a podcast after round 1 wraps up. I think I'm going to end up being pretty angry. So I hope I'm wrong, but I have a feeling that anybody that's watching this may want to tune in and see me burst a blood vessel.
That's a quintessential Jet fan right there.
Scott, let me jump in. I have a question for you. What's more worth it? Did you want to add another second-round pick that you lost moving up for Sam Darnold, or is Josh Allen worth it? Because it seems as though, if you believe the mock drafts, Josh Allen seems to be the pick for the Jets, and seeing as how they need an edge rusher. If you're the general manager, what's your decision? What are you trying to do?
Depends who's on the board. I mean, like I said, if Murray goes first, I would stay at number 3. The only move I would consider is if the Raiders wanted to jump up one spot and take Dwayne Haskins, then I would consider flipping back for one spot. But I want to come out of this draft with Bosa or Williams, and I'm not really interested in trading down, to be honest with you. I just think they're so much better than everybody else in this draft. Especially, I mean, Quinnen Williams is unbelievable. The guy is incredible. Bosa is really, really good. I think he has a chance to be, or I shouldn't say that. I should say, barring medical, he should be a guy that you can rely on to be in the Pro Bowl mix just about every year. I don't know that he's going to be all pro level, but to be able to get an edge rusher that good is very valuable. I would want to come out of this draft with one of those two if you can. Otherwise, yeah, I'd be fine with trading back. But if they trade back and miss out on Quinnen Williams or Nick Bosa, I'm going to be really, really upset.
Well, the thing is that I looked into the San Francisco press conference, and they were really high on Quinnen Williams and picking with number 2, assuming that Arizona doesn't get him with the number 1 pick.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to see what they do. I mean, nobody knows. It's all smoke.
Well, yeah, because they're talking about trading Solomon Thomas today.
Yeah, and they may do that, but you know how this goes. It's lying season. These teams love to feed false information to reporters so that it throws other teams off the scent. So it could very well be that they want Quinnen Williams. I mean, Quinnen Williams' agent tweeted out something kind of cryptic before the draft started, which made people think that Quinnen Williams may go number 1, and the Kyler Murray stuff may have all been a smokescreen all along. So who really knows? But to me, if you're the Jets and you have the opportunity to come out of this thing with Williams or Bosa, just do it. Thank the football gods for the gift and go on your merry way. Don't get cute and trade down for inferior talent, because generally, if you have a guy that good sitting in front of you with the opportunity to pick him, it's a mistake not to do it.
All right, you're listening to the C3 Live at 2019 NFL Draft Party. We are here waiting just a couple of minutes away from the first pick of the draft. Right now, we've got Scott Mason from Play Like a Jet podcast here to talk about just some of these early picks. Peter Panacey, a guy who's been on this podcast every year this year, covering this for 2. He's a San Francisco writer, covering it for 2 websites. He's going to leave us a message. It's hard to get these people live. So, Scott, you're here live. We appreciate it. Tell me this, just as a synopsis, where are the Jets at now heading into 19? And where are the real needs in the overall draft beyond just that first pick? Not overly in depth, but where do you guys need to go this year in the draft to make a difference, move the needle?
I think the 3 biggest needs are center, cornerback, and offensive line. The offensive line at best is going to be about average pass blocking and probably worse than that run blocking. They did add Kelechi Osemele, so that should help. Cornerback, they're hoping for a bounce back from Tremaine Johnson, but their second corner is Darryl Roberts, who really should be a backup. And their center at the moment is Jonathan Harrison, who really should be a backup. So those would be nice things to add. But again, the way I look at the draft is you always have to add the best players you can. Free agency is for filling needs, and if you can fill needs in the draft, good, great. But above all else, you want to add the best players you can. So that's why when people say, oh, they need an edge rusher more than they need a defensive lineman, no, they need somebody that can put the quarterback on his butt, and that guy could be Quinnen Williams or Nick Bosa as far as I'm concerned. So just because a guy doesn't play edge rusher doesn't mean he can't be an impact player at getting at the quarterback. So that's the way I look at it. I think if you're drafting, you go for the best players. Don't take inferior players just to fill needs. But if it matches up or if it's close, if you have close grades, then you can go with the guy that fills the bigger need for you.
All right, we're going to go around
the
the
pick is
horn.
in, fellas.
All right, here, around the horn real quick. Jesse, is it Kyler Murray, yes or no?
We don't know yet.
No, just tell me what you think. Yes or no?
Phew. Kingsbury loves some Kyler Murray, but I wouldn't go for Kyler Murray. I would go for somebody like
Cody. Yes or no, Kyler Murray?
I believe that this will be Kyler Murray.
CK.
There's no chance it's not Kyler Murray.
All right, and Scott?
I think it's going to be Murray because the line just jumped again. I think he's minus 850 now. So if I were a betting man,
I saw minus 250 yesterday. So I'm going.
Right.
So like it seemed like there was some. So you're saying it jumped back up a little bit.
What I was told is within the last 2 hours, it jumped back up to minus 850.
Which at one point it was like minus 2,400 or something crazy like that. I got to say this. Okay, now let's go around the horde. Cody, if this pick is Kyler Murray, what does that tell us about the Cardinals real quick?
It's Murray.
The Cardinals.
It's Murray! No! No. Thank God for Murray, or this would be the most boring draft ever.
Daggone, I got a bit of a lag going.
Yeah.
All right, here comes
Kyler Murray. All right,
How did you guys know that?
Yeah,
Because right now, Gettleman is just
everyone
walking
needs
up.
to look out
Here we
for.
go.
What do they do with Josh Rosen? What team is looking to move maybe a second round pick? I don't think that anyone's
Oakland.
going to be a first round pick. But someone's going to make a move on Josh Rosen. There's no way they don't. There's no way they don't.
Why wouldn't you? It seems like such a bizarre moment in this world that you give a quarterback one opportunity on one of the worst teams in the NFL history, arguably at the time, and then you're done. Now, it stinks, but that while we are focusing on what that says about them and Josh Rosen, this tells us something about what they believe in Kyler Murray. And CK, let's start with that. What do you think Arizona sees in Kyler Murray that puts him number one?
I think that they just see somebody who's got a freakish amount of athletic, ability to be able to be a first rounder in both MLB and in the NFL draft. That's insane, and it's first time it's ever been done. So he's making history. I think that I'm not as high on Kyler Murray as I think a lot of others are, but I see where they're, what they're seeing as far as they're going to be basically comparing him to Russell Wilson. Let's be honest. They're hoping he can take them to the promised land.
He better be Russell Wilson with Mike Vick upside. That's what he has to be. I think this, if you take, I still wouldn't take Russell Wilson today, number one overall.
Oh, wow, really?
Number one. No, not number one overall. No.
Oh, in a heartbeat. What are you, crazy?
Yeah, I could not disagree with you more, man. I'm not a
You
fan
would
of
take
Seattle.
him. You would take him number one in the draft, period, over anybody else.
But all right,
if you told me Kyler Murray was going to be.
That depends. Yeah. Is Cam Newton on the board? Obviously, I'm going to take Cam Newton first. But, I mean, Russell Wilson is a Super Bowl winning quarterback. He makes magic all the time behind a trash offensive line. Yeah, Russell Wilson would absolutely be worth the number one pick, in my opinion.
The guy's going to the Hall of Fame one day. You're not picking him first?
No, he's not going to the Hall of Fame.
Oh, I'll bet you anything he's going to the Hall of Fame. You're out of your mind.
He will go into the Hall.
He is not that good, dude.
Guaranteed he's going to the Hall of Fame.
Oh, my God.
I bet every penny I have on it.
The Jesus-loving person loves some dang. God.
Even the chat room is not on your side, my man.
Really? Number one?
Wow. If you told me Kyler Murray could be Russell Wilson, how could you not pick him number one?
The only reason he's going number one is because he comes from the air raid offense with Lincoln Riley, and Lincoln Riley and Cliff Kingsbury, they come from the Mike Leach air raid tree.
True.
It would fit his scheme that he's trying to build over there in Arizona to a T.
Let me tell you, though, this is that I watched. So Lincoln Riley was the offensive coordinator at my alma mater before he went to, Oklahoma?
Well, he was offensive coordinator at Oklahoma, then he took the head coach job.
Right, but he was the offensive coordinator at East Carolina University when Justin Hardy, Zay Jones, all went crazy, and he had Shane Carden as his quarterback. That dude made an offense nasty as hell with a guy that could barely run. So, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't even know if that is that intrinsically that's intrinsic to the success, is having that athletic quarterback.
Traditionally, an air raid offense hasn't been manned by mobile quarterbacks. They've mainly just been a bunch of statues that are throwing the ball downfield. But listen, you just hired a brand new head coach that everyone knows is in love with Murray. If you're going to hire a brand new head coach, get the man his guy. Murray is his guy. So I endorse that move.
All right,
No,
Scott,
I
let
think
me
it's
ask
crazy.
you this. Let me ask you this, Scott, real quick, is what does this now do for the scenario of you guys now where San Francisco and then the Jets? What did that pick do to the board?
Well, first, let me just say, I'm not 100% sold on Kyler Murray, but even if I was, this move's kind of insane. They picked Josh Rosen last year, 10th overall. They're going to have to trade him for pennies on the dollar now. This seems like a nutty move, especially when you could have had Bosa or Quinnen Williams. But as far as the Jets go, I mean, the pick is in, by the way, for the 49ers.
Don't call it out. Scott, don't call it out.
No, I'm not calling it out.
Because you're ahead. We're going to let Cody call it out because he's in the middle.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm not calling it out. I'm just saying that the pick is apparently in. I guess it really depends who goes here because, I mean, I'm torn because I want the Jets to get Quinnen Williams, but I'm nervous that if he's the one that's on the board, they won't pick him, whereas I think if it's Bosa, they would. So I don't know what I want here, but I definitely think that the Jets are going to be looking to trade down regardless. I mean, especially if the Raiders are looking to move up one spot to grab a quarterback.
Gosh, who do you trade with then? Again, you've outlined this a little bit earlier in the show, but, you know, I mean, we've even heard kind of whispers that Carolina could move into that spot, which is ridiculous. It will not happen.
That would be kind of crazy.
It's not going to happen at all. There's nobody that can make that big of a difference.
Here comes the pick, by the way, so I'll let you guys call it out.
Yeah,
Cody, you call it out, but at this point, come on.
Oh, there you go.
I say Quinnen Williams right here.
It's going to be Bosa.
The 49ers pick is.
It's going to be Bosa.
I think it's going to be Quinnen Williams.
Nick Bosa. San Francisco selects Nick Bosa.
All right, so the San Francisco 49ers. So now, right now, Scott, you were sitting here just wondering in the next 10 minutes, less than 10 minutes, do the Jets trade out? You've said that they will. You believe they firmly are.
49ers.
I hope I'm wrong, but that's the intel
Oakland?
I got.
Really? Oakland coming up one spot?
Well, they're saying Oakland or Buffalo are the two. It could be both even. They could trade down with Oakland and then trade down again with Buffalo.
What are the needs? Does anybody, Cody Lashney, do you know what the needs right now for Buffalo are?
Well,
top needs?
Yeah, I know they need offensive tackle. They need to protect that quarterback. They also need receivers, man.
Look at those stiff hips. Walking down there, stiff hips. Bosa's got stiff hips.
Oh my god. I think we just lost Scott. I don't know what happened.
Yeah, I think Jets guy left.
So now what we have, look at this. He was ready for this. He deleted his Twitter account this past month because he leans conservative and he knew he was going to the most liberal city in America. One of my favorite stories or anecdotes about San Francisco is that there is a guy who runs a radio show out of San Francisco. His name is Michael Savage. He is like the most like he makes Rush Limbaugh kind of look liberal. You know what I'm saying? At sometimes, like he's wild. He's actually super smart. He has a PhD in like crazy, almost hippie medicine too, which is crazy and wild. He used to. His name is Michael Savage. It used to be something like Michael Wiener too, and he changed his name because of this. Anyway, he used to work. He worked for the dude that Tim Leary. That invented acid or some mess like that? Yeah. So anyway, in the 70s, he proclaims to have had a conservative baptism, and he went the other direction in life. Anyway, the point being is the irony always has been that this like super conservative, super almost jerkish guy who hates liberals is in San Francisco. But my friend always said that San Francisco was the city that was liberal enough to accept Michael Savage, who hated him.
I mean,
so anyway, the whole point of the story is this: is Bosa is now he deleted his Twitter account. Now he's about to go into a place.
Did he delete his whole Twitter account? I just heard that he deleted a few tweets about some
Like pro-Trump stuff? I don't know. You're probably right. You're probably right. I just know this is that my man started making some business decisions in the last month.
All right, so the Jets are on the clock. We are under 5 minutes. There was talk, as Scott just said, that this would be the team that would be looking to trade. So we don't know what they're going to do. I seem to think they would be better suited to stay put, take Josh Allen. He had 17 sacks in the SEC. He fills a position of need for them.
So you would take him over Williams?
Oh, yeah, well.
Why? Why do you need both?
Just because it's a bigger position of need for them. But other than that,
dude, he is not going to be dominant. Bosa is not going to be as dominant as you guys say in the NFL.
All right. Why was his brother dominant?
I've also heard whispers about Detroit trading now their 8th pick as well.
Yeah.
I bet.
Well, his brother has only been in the league 2 years, right?
And has been absolutely whooping ass, in case you haven't noticed.
Yeah, plays in a 3-4 defense, so he's getting a scheme that's really friendly to a bigger athletic guy like that, like who can just power through the whole time. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe. Oh, wait. No, I'm thinking of the guy that plays for Pittsburgh.
Who, what?
Yeah, that's who I was thinking of.
DJ Watt? No,
Bosa being the LA Rams Chargers guy.
The Bosa family grew up learning how to pass rush. Nick Bosa will be just fine, I promise. Nick Bosa, I mean, he might have more potential than his brother did.
I'm pissed Scott's not here for his selection. Come on, Scott. Come back to us, baby. Come back to us. I want to hear the happiness and the joy and your reaction.
Let me throw in a question. What do you think?
Yeah.
Does Nick Bosa hold out like Joey did with his rookie contract?
Ooh, hell yeah. Like brother.
No.
Like brother.
I believe that was more the Chargers. The Chargers are known for
not
really,
getting guaranteed.
Really bullshitting with their guaranteed money. I do not think that would be a problem with John Lynch and San Fran. So, no, I do not think that'll be an issue with them. No.
What is the clock ticking down this late? Tell us.
I have 205.
Yeah, I'm at 230, so I'm way behind y'all.
206 now for me.
They're trying to wait. They're waiting. They're on the phone.
Dude, I have DirecTV. DirecTV is always behind everything, dude.
Not behind Hulu. I cut the cord, baby. Like I got, I'm straight streaming on Hulu, wondering if since they just raised their prices right after I cut the cord, if I should go to YouTube TV. But I like the fact I stream on Hulu, guys. This is off the subject, but I like that I'm already paying for Hulu. My wife wanted it for some shows. So why not just like get Hulu and get a little bit more of it? But that's where I'm at. Cord cutter dilemmas, man, is who do you go with? YouTube. So are the Jets trading or not? Are they trading or not?
I don't know because they just took ticker off.
Yeah, as of right now, I have no idea. It's in a commercial for some place I'll never go in my life.
All
Jamaica.
Right.
I probably should go to Jamaica and chill with the Rosses.
I bet you fry your ass off, man. The white ass Cody be frying some. All right, so you're listening to C3 Live 2019 NFL Draft Party.
All right,
guys,
the pick is in.
It's lit in the chat room. Call into the show, 252-228-5098. Cody's going to be calling out the picks. I know you guys are spoiling it in the draft room. That is okay. But still, keep with that chat, 252-228-5098. Hopefully we can get some insight into how this draft is unfolding because right now, I told you, Cody, sanitary.
Hey, man.
Who is it?
Looks like Wilkins. He's clapping around like
Yeah, I did see that. I did see Christian. That'd be weird if they took Christian at number 3. I tell you what, I'd be damn proud and happy for my man Christian, but I don't think that's who it is.
It's got to be Quentin Williams.
It's either Quentin Williams or I think it's Quentin Williams, but
I believe this would be Josh Allen. I really do think so. But hey, man, what do I know? We will see.
Yeah, the latest rumor is now that Washington and New York Jets, or not the New York Jets, the New York Giants are looking to trade with the Cardinals, get Rosen.
Well, you're hearing that on Twitter?
They should. I don't understand.
The Giants, without question.
Why would you not trade for Rosen right now? You could get him for a 3rd-round pick, I bet.
He's so cheap.
If you got him for a 2nd-round pick, you still get a deal.
All right, hold on. The pick is in.
Yeah,
We've been.
The New York Jets select Quentin Williams.
Yeah, the same. Yeah, the draft progresses as
expected.
The sanitary
let me tell
draft.
you, man. Let me tell you, y'all better hope Josh Allen doesn't fall to Tampa Bay. That's a problem for us all of a sudden. Let me tell you.
Well, it's basically which the 2 lesser evils you want, because regardless, Ed Oliver's still going to be there at 5.
Yeah, all the reports are, though, that Tampa Bay is in love with Devin White, the inside linebacker out of LSU.
Yeah, so they don't trade it away to Washington, because that's what I've also heard as well. They want to leapfrog the New York Giants in case they pick a quarterback.
Yeah.
Quentin Williams got a baby face.
He does. I tell you what, man, he has one of the best defensive tackle tapes that I have ever watched, man.
If my GM says he was the number 1 prospect.
Yeah, he was the number 1 player on my board. I mean, the dude's an absolute monster. I've never seen someone just not have a problem with double.
He's not
team.
supposed to weigh that much and be that athletic. You know, I did hear on Move the Sticks podcast, they had a great episode on the 360 looking at deep into the Clemson defensive line on every single player. Quentin Williams was the one that they focused on. He went and did his student teaching at an elementary school, teaching pre-K kids out there like kindergarten cop. But I thought you guys made me sound crazy when I kind of compared him to Vince Wilfork. But they said this on Move the Sticks, is that the point about Vince Wilfork is he was so giant but nimble for that giantness. This guy, he said that this would have been Bucky Brooks said that Quentin Williams' athleticism is far above that. So imagine a leaner Vince Wilfork that doesn't weigh less but has the athleticism of a defensive end.
Yeah.
Oh, go ahead.
No, I mean, I was just going to say that they were even putting him at 1 tech, which means he's right above the center and the guard. That means he's fighting off double teams, and they were confident putting him there because they knew that he was just going to knife through it like a knife through hot butter, man. I mean, he really has impeccable technique.
Yeah, they said it was like trying a lot of other linemen have had to play against them. They said it was like trying to guard bar soap.
Guard, that's a prison reference nobody wants to get deep into.
I mean,
or everybody wants to.
I'm not making that up.
All right, the Raiders are on the clock.
Mike Mayock, GM now.
All right, so this usually is the wild card at this point right now is the Raiders. We saw is this if Kyler Murray didn't fall, that the Raiders could be the one that shakes things up. CK, the Raiders, we have a new GM in Mike Mayock. We have a second-year coach, John Gruden, that has a lot of personality. How could the Raiders shake this draft up? Do they just come out there? Because I'm of the belief that Mike Mayock has a great draft and plays it pretty straight-laced.
I'll throw a wrench in the gears. I'm going to tell you that the Raiders are at some point in the draft, they're going to pick a quarterback. I'm not going to say it's going to happen right now, but they're going to pick a quarterback. They're going to trade Derek Carr. And my pick would be to the Redskins if I had to guess. But nonetheless, I think right here, I think you've got to focus on the defense. You've got to replace Khalil Mack at this point.
Mm-hmm. With Josh Allen or even Ed Oliver.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if they went Montez Sweat here.
Just to give it a little style points, a little something for style. A lot of people have made fun of Mike Mayock, arguing that he is kind of like a joke, like a talking head that's going to play GM. I don't think that. I've always enjoyed his commentary. I always thought it was thoughtful, fair, and balanced in many ways. I'm actually forecasting him to be in a personality that can manage John Gruden to a certain degree. You're going to have a guy that has enough street cred, enough charisma. See, I think what John Gruden could do to you is out charisma you. And Mike Mayock, I think, has enough charisma to kind of combat that, to counter that. We've got Josh from Massachusetts in here coming to the party now. He's been out eating tacos, drinking beer. Now he's here watching the draft with us. Man, have no fear. The draft is exactly how we thought it would be.
Yeah, go figure, right? I'm actually not watching it right now because I'm streaming it over the internet, and our internet just took a big old dump.
Yeah,
it's
we're
like
on the
we
Raiders
just
pick right now
in the second half of the season.
Yeah.
But I got over here attempting to resume. I don't know what's going on.
Well, here, I'll tell you what the picks were is exactly this. It goes number 1, Kyler Murray. Number 2, Quinnen Williams. Number 3 is – number 2, Bosa. Number 3, Quinnen. So it goes Murray, Bosa, Williams. Now Oakland's on the clock at number 4.
They might go Dwayne Haskins right here.
Haskins?
Because according to Rappaport, he just said that the Raiders have been moving him up on their draft board.
I mean, I tell you what, I like Dwayne Haskins' potential more than I do Derek Carr. I'm just being real with you, Now, do they do it?
I don't think they do it right here.
No, I don't think that they do either. All right, the pick is in.
All right.
The Raiders have their selection. No trade so far, which is a little bit surprising. I figured that there probably would have been a trade.
Would you call it, Tony, sanitary?
Yes.
It's very sanitary.
It is. The whole experience has been like this. All the mocks have been like this. There's been zero argument among Panther fans. I'm one of those people. There's like 12 names you could read out where I'm going to wake up tomorrow and say, this is why it's going to make our team awesome. Is that I don't think there's a name right there. If we go, how about this? Is that if for some reason our guys rank Burns above Sweat, I'm not going to be like, oh my God, we made the biggest giant mistake by not getting Sweat. Or if we pick Sweat above Burns, I'm not going to be like, Jesus, this is the largest travesty. It's sanitary. Oakland is going to pick a pass rusher.
Chauncey Ellis in Boston said,
hold it, Cody, you call it out. Cody's calling it out.
Well, no, this isn't the pick. Chauncey Ellerby in our chat says Trey Boston said him and Carolina have something in the works. I haven't heard that. I'm not saying that Chauncey is not telling the truth, but I don't know.
Not a bad fit in Carolina for a cheap addition. I would be more hoping we had something in the works for a linebacker somewhere. Now, how about this? Thinking about this, guys. The Panthers.
Wait, hold on. Let me stop you right there. The pick is in.
The pick is in.
Oh, the pick is in.
Thumbs up.
It's got to be Josh Allen, right?
Either Josh Allen or Ed Oliver.
It's going to be Gary Busey.
Cleveland Farrell, baby.
Shut up.
Holy shit.
Shut up.
Hell fucking yeah, bro.
Congratulations.
Good for him, dude. Hell yeah, man. Dude, hell yeah. Wow.
Pharrell. That's not his name. It's Furl.
Furl.
Furl. All right, Cody. Cody and CK, you take over the MCM work for 2 minutes.
Yeah, man. Listen, let me tell you, and a lot of people were talking shit to me on Twitter. Cleveland Farrell is the most ready to go right now defensive end in this entire draft. He sets a physical edge. He has all the pass rush moves that you want in the defensive end. He doesn't need to put on weight like Brian Burns does. He doesn't need more maneuvers like Montez Sweat does. I am not mad at this pick, man. And I know a lot of people are going to say I'm just a Clemson fan or whatever. Listen, I am telling you, I know the background that the man comes from. Cleveland Farrell is absolutely going to be a dominant defensive end in the NFL. That is an absolute promise.
Yeah, he's a hometown boy for me because I'm actually from Virginia as well.
Yeah.
I'll snap. 2 VA boys up in the room today.
Yeah, Virginia represent.
Well,
yeah, Tim Tizzy, I am upset, man.
What'd you say, Jesse?
I'm all the way towards Norfolk.
Oh. You got that beach living going on over there.
Yeah, Navy Town.
Oh, dude, my shit is blown away right now, man.
What does that do? Because, I mean, a lot of mock drafts had the Panthers taking Furl. And so I think this is probably the most unsanitary part is as far as what we were expecting. I don't think anybody would have predicted that. I think, Cody, you probably would have been on the Farrell train being in the top 10, but I don't think anybody else was really putting him as a top 10 talent.
Well, listen, if I may say this, shout out to all my guys at drafttech.com. I've been writing a ton for Draft Tech. And over at Draft Tech, we've had Farrell in our top 5 for a long, long time now. Only recently did we drop him out into the teens right around where we are.
Yeah.
But I think that was more because of everybody else was saying that's where he would be. But yeah, he will be a dominant player on the next level.
I think the reason he felt like the teens is because one of the biggest cons to him was the lack of oily hips, or basically stiff hips. That was one of his bigger cons versus somebody like
Jesse, you and I were talking about this on Twitter.
Yeah,
before, right before the show started.
Yeah,
and I feel Mike Mayotte and John Gruden kind of echoed the same sentiment that I said to you right before the draft started.
I mean, I like I said, I wouldn't be mad if we got him. He'd be more of a safer pick than, say, Brian Burns or Montez Sweat.
Yeah, and listen, I'd be happy to have Brian Burns or Montez Sweat. My only issue is that with Farrell, you have a player that's ready to play football right now. He sets a dominant physical edge. He has all the pass rush maneuvers. He's just a ready to play player. Shout out to Renard Hussey for the $3.50. Thank you so much, man.
Thank you, because that helps keep the website up, which then we can put the podcast on, in which we can hang out with you guys. All right, Cody, again, right now, let me just ask you this, what we get here is a surprise in Furl moving up to 3-4. What do they see in him that warrants that?
Yeah, so I kind of said this when you were gone. You're talking about a defensive end that's ready to play right now. He doesn't need to put on extra weight like Brian Burns. He doesn't need secondary pass rush maneuvers like Josh Allen and a Montez Sweat.
What's so funny?
You're talking about a player that is ready to play football right now. 11 and a half sacks last year, playing in the ACC, playing against Alabama and Notre Dame. I mean, you're talking about the safest defensive end product in the draft other than Nick Bosa. and I firmly believe that. And I'm not just being biased because I'm a Clemson fan. This is something I saw over and over in my evaluation of him.
All right, we've got Scott back in here real quick. I know you probably dropped out and had to write an article in the process.
Well, actually, it's funny what happened. So a friend of mine who's a fellow writer on the site who does all our film reviews, and the two of us have been basically driving the Quinnen Williams train for the last 3 months. He's in Canada. He just proposed to his girlfriend this morning. She said yes. So that was the first good thing that happened this morning. But he couldn't get near a TV, so he was calling me from Canada to give him a play-by-play of what's happening. And when the pick was in and they announced it, we were just sitting there and we were like, please just say Quinnen Williams. Please just say Quinnen Williams. And when Goodell said Quinnen Williams, we both screamed so loud, I think I woke up my neighbors, and I think he might have scared a bunch of mild-mannered Canadians up there by Niagara Falls. But oh man, I am so happy right now. I was terrified that they were going to make that trade down, or that they were going to end up with an inferior talent, and that even more so that they were going to have to play Quinnen Williams 2 times a year with the Bills. They got it right. I said on my podcast forever, if Bosa Williams is there at 3, just pick them and say thank you. That's what they did. God bless you, Mike McCagnon. I haven't been a big fan of his. I think he's overall done a poor job as general manager, but boy, I am so happy that he did this.
Well, congratulations, Scott. He was the number 1 player on my board. I genuinely feel that you got the biggest defensive badass in the entire draft. So that has to feel good, man.
Oh, yeah, I'm thrilled. I don't know what Oakland is doing, by the way. I know what you were just saying with Farrell, but to me, Clelin Ferrell's an okay player. I think he'll be a solid player, but he just doesn't have that first step. He's kind of slow, no twitch there. I think he could be a good edge setting type of player, but to pick him 4th in the draft seems a little insane to me, and especially since they could have traded down.
Yeah, and listen, I respect that. A lot of people had the same opinion, and and I do hear that. My thing is if you lack that elite bend that a defensive end needs to have, I want you to have a plethora of secondary moves to be able to go inside. And I felt like Clelin Ferrell had all of that in abundance. But, yeah, it's definitely going to be a controversial pick, and there's no doubt about it.
All right, Scott, real quick before the Bucs announce their pick, Cody, you call it out, is what does Quinnen Williams do for the Jets?
Oh, man, I mean, what doesn't he do? If you watch his film, the guy literally can do everything. If you look at the 5 traits that you need out of somebody that can rush the passer, he can do everything. He's got the explosiveness. He's got the strength. He's got the technique. He's got the IQ. He's got the on-field awareness. Every single thing you need, the arm length, he's got all of it. So he's an elite player at stuffing the run. You want me to let you call the pick out and then I'll continue? Because
who they got here? Because we hopefully Gene from Buck What You Heard, he just
Devin White, the inside linebacker from LSU, is now a Tampa Bay Buccaneer.
Guys, man, that seems all right. So tell me, Cody, why is that? Is that I was talking to a Bucs fan last night at the bar, and he had no qualms with picking an inside linebacker right there. Tell me how much of that is linebacker and how much is that. What are you getting there that warrants that high of a pick? Are you prioritizing need a little bit as a team?
Yeah, so basically this is an answer for a division that has Alvin Kamara and Christian McCaffrey running all over the field. He's a linebacker that runs a 4.4 speed. I mean, they want him to be their Luke Kuechly. This is the worst kept secret in the draft. Everyone knew that Tampa Bay was in love with Devin White. They've known it since the combine that they were in love with Devin White. There was not a single mock draft that didn't have Devin White going number 5 to Tampa Bay. Listen, they passed.
He's got a little Josh Norman in him, obviously, because he rides horses.
He rides horses, and he is a tried and true country boy. And listen, man, that I'm telling you, man, that is. It may not be a pass rusher, which is the most value on a defense, but that is a player that would be a very good player for them for a long time to come. And he's still learning how to play linebacker. Played fullback in high school.
Well, that's the thing with Devin White. And this is interesting because if you know who the defensive coordinator of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers is, it's the old head coach of the Jets, Todd Bowles. So I know a thing or two about what he likes to do. With Devin White, he is the definition, the dictionary definition of boom or bust. This guy's either going to be one of the best players in the league or he'll be in the CFL in 4 years. He has incredible physical traits. His strength, his speed, his power is off the charts. And when you watch his tape, you will see plays that jump off at you and you just say to yourself, wow, that's incredible. But then you watch a lot of times where his technique is off. He makes these high tackles where he grabs guys up high. That's not how you tackle. You can get away with that when you're playing lesser competition in college. If you try that in the NFL, you're going to run into some trouble. And on top of that, like you said, he's still learning the position. So he has a lot of trouble sometimes reading where the play is going. If his instincts don't improve and if he doesn't kind of figure that part of the game out, he's going to have a lot of problems. I think that this is a really risky pick. It's not one I would have made it number 5 overall. I understand why they did it because, like I said, if he can live up to the best of what he can be an absolutely incredible player. But, man, I am not into taking risks like this so high. I think it'll be interesting, though.
I want to ask you this, Jesse. Let me ask you about this question. This last year, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers picked who was it? It was a defensive tackle.
Vita
Vea, right? So you've got who's the other guy that's been who's been really good for them on the other side? McCoy. So they know what we know is it seems like the team and McCoy are starting to have parting ways, right? Just by nature. It doesn't seem like they're warming to each other. The fan base has always been critical of them. What is this? Do you think this is why didn't they pick Ed Oliver?
Well, the thing is that Devin White is feeling the need because they let Quan Alexander go to the 49ers.
Yeah.
So they're feeling a need at middle linebacker with Devin White. And second of all, they're going towards more of a 3-4 set with Todd Bowles there.
Okay. So you don't that's the good point right there is that you're shifting defensive schemes, Cody.
Yeah.
Right, because I'm thinking here is that I'm okay. Let me ask you this, and CK's back with us now. I'm going to turn the mic to you first. Is that you hear that pick for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, and I got to say it's less scary to me than if they picked a defensive tackle or defensive end. I don't care how crazy good he is. I'm less afraid now because I know how those mugs can kill us. So where are you at so far in this most sanitary of sanitary drafts?
You talking to me?
Yes.
Yeah. So where I'm at is they needed a counterpart to.
Is this to get? No, this is important.
Oh my God, the Giants!
Cody, don't call it. Don't call it, Cody. You're calling it out.
Oh my God!
Call it out, Cody.
Oh my God! This is amazing.
Nice thing about David Gettleman in my fucking life, dude.
Oh my God!
Did he really do it?
What a night for a Jets fan.
Did he do it?
Oh my God, dude.
Daniel Jones, you got to be kidding me. This is the most Giants pick ever.
Oh my God, dude.
Oh my. They passed on Sam Darnold last year to take Daniel Jones.
Dude, I would never say another nice thing about David Gettleman in my entire fucking life, dude.
Look at this. That's awesome. This is why we record this show live for this
is
exact
incredible.
reason right here.
You guys, I just gotta. Can I throw this out there real quick? This is for me as a Jets fan and somebody who hates the Giants because I have to listen to their fans annoy me 24 hours a day. This is such an amazing day. I could not be happier right now.
Oh my gosh, Daniel Jones, Duke quarterback, correct?
Oh my God,
he's from Duke.
I had a late second round grade.
You know why this is? Do you know why?
I think you're being generous with a late second round grade, to be honest.
Oh my God.
Do you know exactly why this pick went down? Is because Eli, it's the head coach it's David Cutcliffe.
Yeah.
Head coach
Right.
of
No,
Duke.
you're right. That's what it is.
He coached, what he did is he coached the the Manning brothers, right? He coached Eli, and I know that I think he coached Peyton too, or somehow him and Peyton comes and worked out at Duke every summer. So this is picking the Cutcliffe guy that Eli will tutor this year, and they're trying to replicate Eli Manning.
Yeah. So hey, Josh. I haven't talked to Josh in a while. Josh, talk to me.
What's up?
Talk to me, man. What's going through your brain?
I don't know.
I
man.
love this. This is amazing.
It wasn't what I think anybody expected out of him. I mean, Gettleman, he's got his love for the hog molly, 300 plus pound first round busts, but
What is wrong with Dave Gettleman, Josh? What is wrong?
Dude, can we just review what Dave Gettleman's done with the Giants so far? Okay.
Oh, you want to go back to the
he passed-
Panthers?
sure.
Oh my God! But with the Giants, he passes on Sam Darnold to take a running back. Now, granted, Barkley's great, but you don't pass on a franchise quarterback for a running back. Then he trades Odell Beckham for a deal that I still can't believe he accepted. But I don't know how you trade Odell Beckham in the first place. And then he turns around and does this. I mean, oh my God, this is this is unbelievable.
Josh,
was he this bad with the Panthers?
Yes. All right. I want to ask Josh this: is that David?
You guys, can you tell me, was he this bad with the Panthers?
Josh, you go ahead and start
most
with
of the
that.
time.
I mean, he lets Steve Smith go, and
All right. So while here is that the parting thing with Dave Gettleman was ultimately he missed on his first round picks. That's what he did.
No, for real.
That's what
For
Dave
real.
Gettleman did. So you want to know why this is truly the worst thing Gettleman could have done is that he's terrible in the first round. Let's go through it.
Awful.
His very first, the only first round he ever got was Star Latulele falling to his lap at 13. Other than that, he picked Kelvin Benjamin, he picked Shaq Thompson, and he picked Vernon Butler. And nobody is they're either not on the team or you don't start at this point.
He picked McCaffrey too.
Yeah, that was like out of just desperation at this point. But tell me this, Josh, now as a Panthers fan who has probably had mixed emotions about Dave Gettleman, we loved him when he was here at some points, and then we hate him at other points. This is a bizarre pick right here, Daniel Jones.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah. And what do you mean we? I didn't like that man the whole time he was in Charlotte. I didn't like him at all, man.
Hey, man, hey,
What do you mean?
I meant me. My bad. Me.
I want to say
One home run out of 5 drafts. Come on. Skip.
So, listen, I used to have a lot of respect for Dave.
Not anymore. Not anymore.
Yeah,
he's got to be as bad as it. I mean, other than the
best
Redskins,
comment
who just-
here, guys. The best comment is in the YouTube chat, and it was Jake Delhomme. Love the pen name, and he said Gettleman on that THC oil.
Yo, you've been watching too much of that Joe Rogan podcast.
Oh, he did say medical THC. That's what it was. Yeah, you're right. Medical. Exactly, because he did have cancer.
I didn't know you guys legalized down in the tri-state area.
All right.
Hold
The
on.
Jaguars pick is in. This is amazing. This is amazing.
We got the Goodell walk.
yeah, this is either gonna be Jawan Taylor.
All right, Josh Allen is now a Jacksonville Jaguar.
That's a Jersey kid, by the way.
Yeah. And tell me, would that not have been Josh Allen fell into the lap of the Giants, and they took the fourth best quarterback in the draft.
What
That
does
would have been
this
there for him.
CK, does Dave Gettleman at this point, is he trying to fuck with us?
You got to feel that way, don't
He's
you?
got to be trolling.
That's what I think he's doing. I think he's I always felt like it was like this. Is like, hey, you don't want to do this, then fuck all y'all. I'm gonna do it this way. He rescinded Josh Norman's franchise tag. He then cut we had no corners going in that draft. He picked 3 corners in a row in the second, third, and fourth round. And you're sitting here going, I felt like he was playing a video game and he played it on extra hard on purpose. Like where it was miserable. It was like, I'm going to try to checkmate y'all mugs when I'm stupid as fuck. That's how I felt.
Yeah, I think this pick's going to be really interesting to see how if Detroit wants to trade out.
Gosh, Dave Gettleman has become a joke.
Pawn to king, checkmate.
Yeah, exactly.
I know the guys saying they're going to be.
Could have picked Josh
That's not
Allen.
checkmate, brother. That's not checkmate.
Could have picked Josh Allen or Jawan Taylor, and this is unbelievable. He is the gift that keeps on giving to Jets fans. I love it so much.
There is a real chance that whoever handed that pick in was just fucking with Dave Gettleman.
Yeah, maybe.
No. You're giving Dave too much credit. You're giving Dave way too much credit.
Yes.
Oh my God,
Imagine
dude.
being like the guy that is signing off on that with you. You know, there has to be some people. Are you trying to tell me there's 10 people in that war room and Dave Gettleman says we go Daniel Jones and nobody goes, nah, man, that's not the best group.
Everybody else is looking at him like, what?
Yeah, they're scared as shit. This is awesome. What does this do for the Carolina Panthers? Let's ask this question.
All right, so
here.
yeah, let me jump in here because right now there's a bunch of good defensive line talent that's moving our way, and there has yet to be an offensive tackle taken in this draft. Come on, Andre Dillard, or come on, Jonah Williams.
I want the Panthers to trade back 2 spots. Come on.
Hey,
we'll go. We're ready to just hey, it's kind of like you're waiting in line to get to the club or something, and some of these other jokers are like real hip on trying to hurry up and get in there, and they'd be like, we'll give you $20 to step in front of you. I'd be like, fuck yeah. All right, come on in. I'm letting anybody in front of me right now in the draft. Just 1 or 2 spots. Come on. This is 1 or 2 spots in a third rounder.
I said, sit where you are and grab the dude that's going to protect our quarterback.
Yeah, I mean, if dudes are going to pick Daniel Jones in front of you, why not?
All you need is for Dave Gettleman to get in front of you. Well, actually, he is, right? He's at 17, so he's one pick behind you.
Yeah, he's going to trade up and pick I don't know.
Right,
We've already had Furl. All right, who is it? What we got going on now?
Right now,
He'll trade up and pick. I want him to pick Rashawn Gary next. Please pick Rashawn Gary next.
Yeah, same here.
I want, if the Giants come out of this with Daniel Jones and Rashawn Gary, I may have a heart attack laughing. I'm not going to lie to you.
You won't do it.
Hell yeah. Get him, bro. You won't. Damn, I just died. I think I had the heart attack right there. Right.
I'm going to laugh so hard watching Daniel Jones be terrible for the Giants while Sam Darnold goes 6 Pro Bowls. And they're going to tell me all about how Saquon Barkley is a generational running back as they go 6-10 4 straight years. It's going to be amazing. Can't wait.
The Barkley pick is fine. You cannot argue.
Oh, no, I very much can argue the Barkley pick. And I will if you want me to.
No, I don't want to do
You won't do it.
Yes, he will. Yes, he will. You know he will. I can tell. Already.
I'll do it right now. No, because honestly, here's the thing. Barkley's a great player. No one ever questioned that. But if you have the opportunity to pick Sam Darnold at number 2 and you need a quarterback, You picked Sam Darnold. I mean, it's not like he was Daniel Jones sitting there at number 2.
No, you know what you do here. No. That's a flawed
football team. What Sam Darnold will do for that team for years to come. You
Exactly.
never, ever miss on the opportunity to draft your franchise quarterback. I don't care who.
I gotta raise my hand. I'm raising my hand right now.
They had a franchise.
My hand is raised. Hand
It's
raised.
magic, baby.
Hand raised on my. No.
Tony, it's your turn to talk.
Why don't you just pick Daniel Jones in the second round?
Wait, hold on.
Second round pick, asshole. That's the point. It's not this. It's about not this Sam Darnold or whatever. You could have Josh Rosen for a 4th round pick.
All right.
Well, that
So
is
shut
what
up.
they should have done.
That's the point. It's not about Daniel. You could have had him in the second.
TJ
Hawkinson from Iowa.
Yeah, TJ Hawkinson just went to the
Who?
Detroit Lions. The
He
tight
looks like
end
he's
from
20 years old. I feel so old now.
He's redshirt sophomore.
No, he's a badass though. I'm not.
Well, he's a
I'm
great
not-
player.
What
Great
position was
He
he
is a
mocked to,
badass.
though?
He reminds me of Gronkowski. But
All right, so how about this? Is I don't like this pick. I'm coming out here, and I don't know anything about this player at this point, but I tell you this is the cat that Tampa Bay drafted 2 years ago. What was it? The dude out of Alabama, the
O.J. Howard.
O.J. Howard. That guy's about as awesome as you can get. Like, he came in there as a rookie and contributed as much as they gave it to him. He continued to get better in his second year. He was a number 8 overall pick. And ultimately, I think this is that I don't care how great you are. I don't think you change the team enough as a tight end in the top 10. And that's my problem here is that why do you commit so much stock to that position, even when the greatest of tight ends too have taken some time to transition? Greg Olsen, one of those people, is just drafting a tight end in the top 10 too much, guys.
And also remember, the last time the Lions did this, it was for Eric Ebron.
Yes,
So
which
how
they
did-
just
how did that
traded
turn out?
out or got rid of, and then went and blew it up in Indy.
Yeah.
What's that tell you?
people didn't know how to use them.
Yeah, true.
This is good for us. What this has done is pushed pass rushers
Yeah.
and
Dude,
offensive
Tony,
linemen down the
the
board.
board. Listen, if you're
Thank
a
you,
Panthers
Dave
fan,
Gettleman.
If you're
This
a
is a great-
Panthers fan, the board has fallen exactly how you want it to fall. I mean, right
Actually,
now, we're
it's
in a
making
flat
it
position.
harder. Is this not?
Hey.
Does this not make the draft selection pick harder, Scott? Because now guys that you thought are completely maybe out of your range are really maybe there.
I think so, but I think this means that you guys got a lot of opportunities to get some guys that could be real impact players on the offensive line, or like you said, as a pass rusher. It could be, listen, if I can't imagine it would happen, but if Jawan Taylor slides all the way down, 2 guys are pretty close. I mean, I think he's the best offensive lineman in this draft. His athleticism, he's going to need to work on a few things, but his grip strength is incredible. When he gets his hands on somebody, he's so strong. He never lets them go. It's almost impossible once he gets his hands on you to get around him. So if he somehow falls to you guys, that would be huge. I think you might even want to consider trading up a couple of spots if he's still there past where you think he would be. By the way, just wanted to say real quick, thanks for having me on. I got to jump off because I got to do a bunch of work now based on this pick, but it's been a pleasure. And anytime you guys want me to come back on, happy to do it. Good luck, and I hope you guys get an awesome player.
All
And
right,
the
man.
joy that you put out after that Daniel Jones pick was worth it, man. So thank you for being on here with us, man. You were awesome.
Oh, all right.
Anytime, like I said, whenever you want me back, just let me know.
Man,
Absolutely,
anytime,
brother.
man. We'll have you back soon, guys. Tell him real quick. Actually, he already dropped on out. That Scott Mason Play Like a Jet podcast, part of the Overtime Media Network. Right there, guys. The draft, the first round, the top 10 picks have changed more than we expected them to.
Well, it's also been no trade so far as well.
Yeah,
because the Bills were talking about trading up just to get Ed Oliver, and look, he just fell right into their laps, dude.
Yeah. And with that said, the pick is in.
It's definitely Ed Oliver. I mean, there's no way they go anywhere else.
And listen, man, I know Jesse is a fellow Clemson fan like I am, but I feel like I've gotten to know these Clemson players. I'm just happy for Cleveland, man. I know he is a stand-up guy, and yes, I would have loved to have had him.
Yeah, I would like to get Christian Wilkins, but we don't really need D tackle.
Yeah, but we've met with him, so that might not. I wouldn't.
I'm not even upset. I'm telling you this I'm not upset. Right now, whoever we get is going to be dominant. I'm to the point though. Are the tackles? I feel like the tackles are falling. We got to trade back.
Nope, stay there and grab the person.
The only way I would trade back is like if Oakland want.
I want to trade back with Dave Gettleman. That's what I want to do.
I want to trade back with John Gruden. Get those two late first.
There you go. That's the truth right there. So right now the sanitary draft, Daniel Jones throwing it off the most here.
Thank you, Floyd. I see you.
Tremendous, Floyd,
Yeah, can we talk about that for a second?
Please. Let's talk about this Dave Gettleman moment here.
Wait, hold on.
No.
Pick coming in as well.
We will after the pick. We'll do it.
This man on the grass.
Yeah.
Ed Oliver is a Buffalo Bill, and if that is a brand,
they are excited as shit. Those people, that's the best pick of the draft right there, right now. Out of all the picks, that's the best pick.
All right, so CK from Virginia. What were you saying, man?
To be honestly, I was just reading the chat, and I think it's worth mentioning right now before we get our pick in. Happy 1 year anniversary on the podcast, bro.
Yeah, thanks you, man. This is my 1 year anniversary on the C3 podcast.
Give it up for Cody.
Hell yeah, man. I love it. Thanks to Tony John and Joe Riolano for having me on. I love it. It's a part of my Tuesday nights. I love it, man. I'm sitting here with my boys, watching the draft, having a fantastic time.
So right now, the Bills outdrafted this is when the Padawan supersedes the master at this point. The Bills go and get Ed Oliver right after Dave Gettleman lets him fall to him right there. Right? Isn't Billy Bean going, hey, Davey, you taught me the other way, brother? Isn't that the truth? What happened? The Giants, we have to talk more about this. Dave Gettleman, what's wrong? What is wrong? Josh, actually, we'll start with CK and then we'll go to Josh. CK, tell me this. Where is Dave Gettleman now? And after we have debated for years the greatness of him, the terribleness of him, the ability to cut the cap number down, but get these waiver wire guys, these nobody. Where are you now at with Dave Gettleman? His legacy is declining to me even more.
I think his you know how he was always that I do what I want to do type of thing. Yes. You know, Jerry Richardson wasn't going to tell him how to pick or anything like that. I think he's losing that. In my opinion, I think the Giants ownership probably wanted a carbon copy of Eli Manning.
Wow.
Of somebody who is not going to go against the grain, who's going to listen to, who's going to be the consummate pro. Not very good, but as far as the way he speaks to the media, things like that. And I think that's what you get with Daniel, to be honest with you.
Cody, what does this do to the legacy of Dave Gettleman? We had a Jets fan laugh in his face. We sat there. Look, Dave Gettleman, everybody liked that, gave him a lot of credit in his first couple of years, but there was a back end slide there. And every time you start to say, hey, he's doing this for a reason, something really bizarre ass happens afterwards.
So just to give you a little bit of context, I had Daniel Jones as my 4th ranked quarterback on the board. The fact that they would take Daniel Jones over Dwayne Haskins is an absolute. It's a
travesty.
I don't know what talent evaluator worked their weight in salt sees Daniel Jones as a better quarterback than Dwayne Haskins, dude. Someone needs to start paying me a shit ton of money, dude. Because I promise you, I could do their fucking job way better than anyone in the Giants front office could.
All right, the pick is in. The chat room is telling us where are we at, Cody? Where are we at? Who's
right
picking?
now, the Broncos are on the clock. And if I were them, this should be Dwayne or Drew Lock. No one John Elway. Yeah, I agree.
Quarterbacks.
I agree with Jesse.
Quarterbacks. I wouldn't even pick a quarterback in the first round ever.
Dude,
Dude, it's Elway.
Quarterbacks. Very
Bull crap. It's gonna be his white whale. This is Elway's white whale, which is he's never gonna get a quarterback that he drafts. There will never be a John Elway quarterback drafted who turns out better than John Elway. That's the truth.
It's the way he wants it.
Yes. Yeah, exactly. That's next level. Right there, Josh. You just took this next level. That is exactly right.
He wants his team to win another Super Bowl so he could stand there and hoist the Lombardi and go, and this one's for John, too.
Yeah. That's exactly right. Man. That is, look, he's bringing in Joe Flacco, who's kind of good. Yep. You nailed it. You psychoanalyzed John Elway at this very show.
So, if I'm Denver, I'm not mad at Drew Lock.
Yes, you are. No more shitty quarterbacks.
Let me tell you why. Because Drew Lock has some learning to do. But he has this incredible arm talent, and he really can make some throws that a bunch of other quarterbacks might never be able to make. So if you let him sit under Joe Flacco for, a year or two,
Steelers moved up to the 10th pick.
You ready to say what now?
Steelers moved up to the 10th pick.
The Steelers?
What? Oh, gosh. This is it.
Dude, how far is your TV ahead of mine? Holy shit.
Hold on.
Yeah, no doubt.
Hold on.
That's a pretty hand.
I think I got an image here somewhere. I'm pretty sure we have a trade. Yep, there we go.
Dude, you just played a Cam Newton play on the video.
Do it again.
Here we go. We're here. Check it out. We started at the bottom. Now we're here. We started at the bottom. Now.
Look at this.
All right, so who is this?
This is got to be Byron Murphy or Greedy Williams.
Yo, it's Gary Busey right here.
Who is the trade? The Steelers move up. Where were the Steelers before this? I'll look it up.
What y'all think? DK Metcalf?
Hey, Tony, just so you know, we're not
Williams pick.
We're still live, but we're not being shown. All right, there you go.
There you go.
I got you.
Yo, so a heads up to the chat.
This is fun.
The Anthony Bazzigo fella in the chat is my landlord. So just roast him. Roast his ass.
Oh yeah. Well, number one, Anthony, your rent is too fucking high, brother.
And get this. He's a Patriots fan. Let him have it.
Oh well, no wonder he's cheating you out of that extra money. That is what he's doing. He's cheating you out of $50 a month. Lower that man's rent.
All right, hold up. The pick is in. Yeah, Jesse, you're kind of ahead of everybody, I think, there, brother. Hold on.
Don't say it.
I think you're bringing out Joe Green for this pick.
Don't say it. A trade. Yeah. Where were the Steelers prior to this?
Yeah, hold on to it, Jesse. We'll talk after I hear it.
Yeah, I got my TV on mute, so.
All right, you're fine. I appreciate it.
What was their previous draft order?
Hold up. Devin Bush.
What?
Wow. All right.
I think they're trying to jump ahead of the Bengals, but
Well, I mean, hey, the fact that you know that Ryan Shazier might never play football ever again.
I thought
So
That's valid.
Greedy Williams.
That's
Yeah.
valid.
Are they worried about the Panthers surprising everybody?
Tony Dunn, this board
In
is so
preseason.
perfect right now, man.
Game
that-
4 coming for him.
Yeah, Cody
Yeah.
knows. Cody from Virginia knows. Right now, this board
Look
is
at this outfit, my
absolutely
man.
perfect.
He's gonna fit right in on Pittsburgh. Look at
Hey,
him.
let's talk about something real quick. Last year
Yeah.
when we I think a lot of people wanted DJ Moore. I know obviously Cody, you weren't high on it, but this is exactly how last year felt. We wanted to pick, and everybody who picked, we're like, "Are you kidding me?" And DJ Moore kept on falling and falling and falling, and then suddenly we're picking, and guess who's there? DJ Moore. It kind of feels very similar, and it's almost eerie if you think about it.
Let me to piggyback on that question, Cody. Who is a guy on the board right now who is pushed down that you thought was out of reach?
Dude, how about Andre Dillard? How about Jonah Williams? How about Montez Sweat? How about take your pick, man? Dude,
Brian
I'm telling
Burns.
you,
Sean Taylor.
listen, as of right now, the way the board has fallen, we might have our pick of the litter by the time we're able to pick. Now, obviously, we still have 6 more picks or 5 more.
That
before
makes
it
so
gets to
much
us.
more pressure to me. Is right at this point now, there is more pressure now in all of this than I expected. I thought we were there is more you know what the pressure is now is to not pick is to pick the best of the best. And that just got harder. You were hoping that a couple of names were removed
here's
from the
trade.
register.
Steelers
And-
get the 10th pick, Broncos get the 20th pick, and a second round pick, and next year's third round pick.
Say that one
Damn.
more time, Jesse. Say that one more time.
The Broncos got the 20th pick, the second round pick this year, and then the third round next year.
From the Steelers, yeah.
Pretty good ransom.
I agree. That's what I was trying to think. I'm sitting here trying to calculate it. I'm like, that sounds like a lot.
And hey, I just want to take a minute to shout out all the faithfuls in the chat room right now. I see so many names that we know and love. Thank you for joining us and rocking with us on draft night. We're having a good time. Yeah, man. Thank you all for joining us tonight.
I also would be surprised if Miami got traded their pick out, leapfrog us, or even Washington.
Please, at this point, I'm ready to let a couple more people in front of me in the line to the club for some money. Come on, $20. You move up a space.
Is it
Tony,
Is
you need to
anybody
calm
else-
down. We're gonna send Brother Herbert on you. We're gonna let him have you.
Oh, God. He'll get you. I'll give up. I tell you that. I will give up. But
All right. The pick is in for
Come on.
the
Give us a
Cincinnati
trade.
Bengals. All right. In my opinion, you might see the first offensive tackle off the board
what do you
right
think,
here.
Andre Dillard?
I hope they
Andre
take a
Dillard.
quarterback to
Dillard.
fuck everybody up. Please, Cincinnati. Please take a quarterback. Come on. Daniel
Drew Lock.
Jones went off the board.
Yeah, the Red Rockets getting old, man.
I see Greedy Williams here because they need corner too.
And the Red Rockets, the most average player ever.
It's terrible.
I can see Greedy. I think they still need to replace Perfect at this point too. So I think you could see.
Yeah, but now-
got taken off the board with Devin Bush.
Yeah, both of the first round linebackers were taken off the board. So
Let's
I
take
mean-
fire on Mac Wilson.
and look, let me just say the linebacker draft this year, there really
Yes,
isn't a lot of talent outside of the top 2 dudes that were already drafted.
All right, after this pick, we're going to go and let's do some calls. All right. So we'll
man.
play some calls.
Yo, we gotta get some more thumbs up in the chat, though. Come on, we need a couple more, at least a
Hell
couple.
yeah,
How many,
we
people,
do.
how many people are watching right
you
now?
know, We got 57 watching and 39 thumbs up. Come on.
All right,
yeah.
the pick is
Oh,
in.
yeah.
Pick.
All right,
That's
here's
slack.
the pick.
That's some
Hold
slack.
on. Cincinnati Bengals.
What's so hard
select.
about turning your phone sideways?
Yep, I was right.
portrait?
Jonah Williams, the first offensive tackle off the board.
All right.
I'm surprised with that because I would figure it'd been Jawan Taylor.
All right, let's do this. We're going to pull in the first call of the night right now. The number is 252-228-5098. You can be a part of the show. What we want to know is that was pick number 11. The Panthers are closing in 4 or 5 picks away. Guys, what has happened in this draft that has intrigued you? Because this is the typical draft craziness that we're all expecting. So call into the Cat Calls line and tell us who you want. Who you expect the Panthers to pick, or these just a little synopsis, because this top 10, top 11 has been wild. All right, let's go to our first call. I'm pretty sure this is Susan from Greenville.
Hi, Tony and Cody. This is Susan Dean. I'm sitting. Hi, Tony and Cody. This is Susan Dean. I'm sitting here listening to you all, and I'm just dying laughing. But thanks for everything you all do, and we're having a good time. And Cody, thanks for inviting me to do the podcast like that. But you know me, I'm a chicken. Thanks, guys, and keep hounding.
All right, wonderful, Susan. Fantastic Panther fan, PSL owner, trucks it, gets hotels 8 games a year to go and stay in Charlotte. That's hardcore right there.
Susan Deans is a Tier 1 Panther fan, a Tier 1 C3 fan. She drops love in the Super Chat every Tuesday. Man, we all have love for Susan Deans, man.
Let me tell you this, is that we've been doing the live show now for 6 years, and one of the guys we've had on every year at this point was a 49ers analyst, Peter Panessy. He came on one of our first shows ever. He called in to tell us what happened with San Francisco in those early picks.
What's going on, guys? This is Peter Panessy, your friend out here on the West Coast, covering the 49ers for Niner Noise. Anyway, the Niners just picked up Nick Bosa, arguably the best player in the NFL draft after the Cardinals decided to go with Kyler Murray. Great pickup for San Francisco. You can plug him in on either side of the line. He's not just a pass rusher. He's a 3-down player that can do a lot of great work against the run, too. That's going to upgrade that defensive line that's already boasting, 4 first-round picks. So Niners going to have some depth up front. You guys will have to look at that when the Panthers and Niners square off this season. As far as the Panthers, what they're looking at, I imagine that this part in round 1, they're going to be trying to go after some outside pass rusher. There's plenty of them, maybe a Montez Sweat to replace Julius Peppers. I would bank on that being at least the first kind of target. Some secondary help would be good, but I expect them to do that in round 2. Anyway, hope you guys are all well, and we'll have to catch up soon. This is Peter Panessy, at Peter Panessy on Twitter, and you can see my stuff over at NinerNoise.com.
That's our guy right there, Peter Panessy. We play the 49ers more than you would think we should at this point. What do you guys think? Cody, tell us what's your initial reaction to that call. Bosa right there, he says best player in the draft.
I mean, listen, it was a toss-up between Quentin Williams and Joey Bosa. It all depends on what you wanted. Did you want an interior presence to push the pocket? Good. You drafted Quentin Williams. Did you want someone who is an incredible edge presence with all the athleticism and the moves that you want in the position? You draft Joey Bosa. I mean, there was no bad pick there. It was a great player for them. And I hear they're shopping Solomon Thomas. So I'm interested to hear what comes of that.
Well, it's because they were playing Solomon Thomas out of position. I think they're trying to play him at D-tackle rather than edge rusher where he was drafted at.
Yes.
Not worked out.
Very true. He should have always been
He was so
tackle.
Forecasted as a defensive tackle, though, right?
That's true.
Are they playing him as an edge rusher or a defensive tackle?
Dan Grant played him a lot at defensive end, and he was always at 3-tech.
You're listening to the C3 Live 2019 NFL Draft Party. You can call into the show. The number's 252-228-5098. The Packers pick is in. It's coming right in, but let's squeeze one more call in. It's only 9 seconds. 252-228-5098. You can be a part of this draft party. Oh.
The Saints fucking suck.
Oh, hold on. Here it comes. It's late. Look, I thought it wasn't playing. Here it comes. Here it is.
The Saints fucking suck.
All right. I agree. The Saints suck.
I'll allow it.
I will allow it.
Okay. So, Packers, what do you think they're looking at right now? The Packers coming into this, the storyline right there, new head coach, right?
I see Hollywood Brown on this pick.
You think Hollywood Brown right here?
Well, their offensive coordinator or the Tennessee, the new coach comes from Tennessee. So,
all right, let's see who it is. I'm about to read it.
G. Cavassier on Twitter.
Sean Gary, defensive end Michigan.
Yes. Well, I mean, we knew everybody expected him to be top 10.
Oh, wow. He's crying hard, dude. He's crying hard, man. Listen.
Stay home.
Listen.
Yeah, he should have been staying home.
Why? Why are you guys saying that? I'm like 20 seconds behind. What am I missing? Why is he
I'm like 5 seconds behind Cody.
You're missing some emotional cheeseheads. It's nothing crazy.
Really? All right. Okay, it's coming.
Hey, listen,
They're
I will say
clapping.
this.
I'm way
If
behind.
you're able to get the most out of Rashawn, hey, man, the dude has incredible athleticism.
That's a lot of tears.
I mean, truly top-tier athleticism.
He just got big tears. That's what. See here, it's not that he's crying that hard. He just got giant tears. You know what I'm saying? That's what happens when you're so big and athletic. Your tears are like, it's just bigger. Yeah. It's like a dropper. Is that look? You can't be upset with him at 11, dude. Right? Isn't that where we're
12.
at? 11, 12.
Now 13.
12. How can you be upset with that pick at 12?
No, you can't. It's a solid pickup. Maybe Green Bay's defense will be able to do something.
Yeah. Well, I mean, listen,
they've been pretty stagnant the last couple of years. I mean, yeah, they got Clay Matthews or had Clay Matthews.
Not anymore.
But I mean, really, outside of him, he's kind of been the one-man show up there. It's been Clay Matthews and Aaron Rodgers, and two guys don't win a championship for you. We know full well, because if that was the case, we'd have had a bunch already because of Cam and Luke. So
yeah,
well, they also had Don Capers, their defensive coordinator as well, and Don Capers was the best.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if they figure out how to use him and turn him into the beast that he has the capability of being, it's not a bad pick, man. In my opinion, no player has more boom and bust potential than him.
Even over Devin White?
Oh, way far over Devin White. Devin White is just raw. He's still learning how to play inside linebacker.
Well, same with Quinn Williams as well, because he was a defensive end up until last year, until Nick Saban, what can I do to make myself a D tackle? So he's still building on weight to become a D tackle.
Yeah. Yeah, man. I mean, it all just, a lot of players don't turn it on until they're in the NFL and they have NFL caliber coaches telling them what to do, What I missed? What happened?
Nah, my landlord's trying to get rowdy in the chat. It's
yeah. Newton is left. Breeze is greater than Newton.
Out here playing with fire.
Tell your landlord I'll drag my balls on his forehead if he ever says some shit like that in my chat room ever fucking again. How about that?
That's all right.
Hey, Cody, why don't you say what you really feel, man?
Hey, man, yeah, I had to pull some punches right there.
Tell me where it hurts you.
Yeah, tell me where it hurts.
Show me on the Tom Brady doll where he touched you.
Yeah, do it.
Yeah, where did Robert Kraft touch you, Brady?
Apparently, Robert Kraft was touching whores in Florida.
Hey. Not whatever. No. Seriously, my opinion on that is, man's a billionaire. He wants to go pay to get a handy or whatever. Dude, who cares, man? Who cares?
Oh yeah, 100%. 100%. It's the oldest profession in the world, you know.
All right, the pick is
but we still gonna rip on him for it. We still gonna rip on him.
But,
It's the Patriots,
but
dude.
it's the trafficking part. It's the trafficking part.
Yeah,
That's the part
no
you got to be
doubt.
careful with.
Yeah, that's the part that
but
that's true. Is super.
I don't think he knew. I think he heard one of his guys was like, "Hey, there's a place down here. You get a rub and tug. They don't know who you. They ain't gonna know who you are.
From a
Just
sex
go
slave.
in there and give them a 50, and we'll go off to the Dunkin' Donuts and get a coffee. All right, let's go."
Exactly. What is? I'm late to this party. But is that I get my Dunkin' Donuts coffee light and sweet, but made with Splenda. So is that what we're doing?
That's what we're doing.
That's what we're doing here. Holy cow. All right, what has been the ultimate thing that has changed your perspective about this first round? Let me ask you this. I'll start with you, Cody. We're looking at the first round. There's over 10 picks. We're in the 13th pick right now. 12 picks in.
Well, Dolphins pick is in. So
what's bizarre? It's just kind of weird. There's giant movements, but it's important movement.
It surprises me that Pittsburgh moved all the way up for a middle linebacker.
That's a big move.
Yeah.
Yeah.
For somebody who probably would have been there anyway.
Yes.
I think
all right.
Picked up by
here's the Dolphins. Hold on.
I see Dwayne Haskins right here.
You're listening to the C3 2019 live NFL draft party. Call in 252-228-5098.
Oh, my man, Christian. We got another Clemson defensive lineman off the board, baby.
Oh, shit.
Hell yeah. I'm
Is
proud
that
of my
three
dog.
in the top 15?
Right now we have two. Right now we have two Clemson defensive linemen in the top 15. I could not be more proud of these boys, man.
What blows my mind is that Dwayne Haskins and Drew Lock are still on the board.
Yeah.
But yet Daniel Jones has been taken off the board.
Fucking Daniel Jones. Dude, that blows my shit away, man.
So what do you think? I mean, obviously Atlanta's not going to be picking a quarterback. Well, that'd be funny as shit if they did. I'll be honest. But Washington,
they should.
No, I don't think so.
No, it's time to turn over. It's time to turn over the Ice Cube tray and get a new one. Matty Ice done. He's done.
No,
he's out of here.
Dan Quinn's team right now is going to draft a defensive end. A Dan Quinn team.
So who's it going to be? Montez Sweat or Brian Burns?
No, I don't think they're going to. I think they're going to go cornerback. I think they're going to get greedy.
I don't think so.
Way. Yeah. I hope so.
They need one.
Well, they really need tackle because Grady Jarrett's on franchise tag.
Dude, I'm just so happy that Christian Wilkins didn't go to the fucking Falcons, dude.
How let's be honest. Who does the Falcons have as far as secondary is concerned? You know, Trufant, has he really even been anything?
Right. I think Alfred was another name. I don't even know if he's still in the mix.
I think he left.
He's a bum.
He's a bum. Trufant is straight. Trufant is good, yo. He ain't
Yeah, Wilkins about tackled.
I love it, dude. I love it. Wilkins almost put Goodell on his ass, dude.
What happened?
Just watch. You'll see it. They're going to do a slow motion.
Yeah, he went for a big-ass bear hug and almost put Goodell on the floor.
Yo, man can do some splits, too. Damn, what the hell?
You know what else could be there for the Falcons? They could go for Dexter Lawrence, too.
Yeah, that would suck.
They need to be tactful because
that's what I like here is that this is the shittiest part of being about the Falcons pick is if they get a good player. Come on.
Yep.
You know, if they get a good player right here, we're sitting here going, motherfucker, we got to play this dude.
Yep. Because everybody but the Saints picked before us, so it's like, damn.
I'm telling you, with the Bucks
the pick is in. The pick is in. The Falcons better not fucking.
Pick is in for Falcons.
It's going to be a big old party.
Cody, tell us who they got.
Well, we still have a minute. He's not at the podium yet.
They still booing him every time he comes up there.
Every time. It's a tradition.
Damn right.
It's a tradition.
Right. It's like that Russell Westbrook and that one reporter where he just says next question no matter what he asks him. Sorry, this is what we got to go through.
Remember last year in Dallas? Last year in Dallas, he came up on the stage starting out with Troy Aikman and Michael Irving just to make sure that he couldn't get booed, but it still happened.
You can't throw Rotten Tomatoes at me, sir. No, you can't. Yes, we just did.
Give him the soap.
All right. Well, man, the pick is very close, guys. The pick is very close.
I can smell it.
Please, Falcons, make a mistake.
And I'm nervous.
Never mind.
These pretzels are making me thirsty.
Yeah, they're going to pick a player.
That's going to be awesome. I know it is. They're gonna pick. They're gonna have a good.
They're gonna pick either Montez Sweat or Dexter Lawrence.
Yeah,
probably.
Grady Jarrett's on his last year.
Dear Lord, man,
it's awful.
It's terrible.
This is the worst part of the whole party right here. Thanks, Jeff, for donating to the show. Keep up the great content. He says #keep pounding. Right now, we're waiting for this Falcon pick. And you know where Panther fans are, is that this is going to suck unless they blow the shit out of it. The Falcons, we have to watch them get better. And shouldn't we, didn't they have the same record as us last year?
Yeah.
They beat us twice.
Yeah. And we're sitting here watching these assholes about to make a great pick.
Well, actually,
because we didn't throw a game against the Saints.
Here he comes.
All right, here we
go. You brought it up, Josh. And Cody's going to finish it.
Chris Lindstrom.
Wow.
Cody, call it. Who is it?
Chris Lindstrom out of Boston College.
Well, thank you.
Well, listen, hey, man.
Dude, that's another
listen, he was a player that I liked a lot. I felt that he was a damn good guard. And he will be. I mean, that is a good pick for them.
I'd put Garrett Bradbury over him.
Yeah, you mean the NC State center?
Yeah. He could be center or guard.
I tell you that's a lot better for the Carolina Panthers than some badass defensive end or some badass
after
tackle.
This pick. The Carolina Panthers are on the clock.
Okay, all right. Let's start with this.
I hope we trade.
All right, Cody, tell us what that does now. Cody, you have to come in here and tell us now. What does that do for us? We have division rivals who have picked in front of us. Yeah. They have gone. They've put a lot of priority on offensive line over the last couple of years. This is not. I mean, they continue to bolster the line around Matt Ryan. Where is this pick at? Is it a little inflationary? I gotta say, this guard at this point a little high.
It is. I was very high on him. I don't know if I was 14th pick in the draft high on him. He is a dominant player, though, man, and he's proven it even against top tier competition in college. Yeah, man, I don't know. It was a little bit of an overdraft, but that might have been the perfect pick, man. There are so many players on the board for us right now.
You got
So
Montez
many
Sweat,
players.
you got Andre Dillard.
Brian Burns, Montez Sweat, Andre Dillard,
Jawan
Cody
Taylor.
Ford. I mean, come on, man.
All right,
This
we're at
could not
Washington
have been
right
better
now.
for us.
Washington is on the clock. We've got one more call to squeeze in pre-Panther selection. The number is 252-228-5098. You can call in and be a part of the C3, the 6th annual live draft party. The number is 252-228-5098. Let's see what you guys are expecting as the Panthers pick is approaching, man. Number 16, we're ready. We're excited.
What's up, guys? My wife told me tonight that she was going to have to work a little bit late. And I said, honey, that's fine. I'm so sorry you've got to work late tonight. You do what you need to do, darling. And I got the kids bathed. I got them in bed.
Hell yeah.
Hey, by the way,
This
for all
is
you parents out there, I
pro-master.
got my daughter to take a shower for the first time tonight.
This mug, he's
Stuff don't-
crip walking up
stuff
in
never
this.
happens in my house. She's always
This man with a plan.
Anyway, I digress. Also, I'm getting there with you, Tin Tizzy. But my wife's at work, my kids are in bed, and I'm watching the draft with my favorite crew. Keep pounding.
Word up. Fantastic call there. I tell you this, as a man that's got 3 children, you are fucking owning tonight. If you get your kids up in the bath, if you bathe your kids, you put them bitches in bed before the draft comes on, and you chilling out and your wife is at work, there ain't nothing better than that. You about to get 2 hours of your own time that is your time, brother. And I'm glad you're hanging out with us. Good gosh. That made me excited just by hearing that, because I got 3 children and that shit is stressful as fuck. Just like the Panthers. Next pick coming up. Good God, we're only one pick away. What the hell is going to happen?
Oh, quivering with anticipation.
Will some jackass trade up to us? That's the one thing, Cody.
Here's what I'm telling you, bro.
Unless it's Oakland trading up, I would say stay at 60.
Oakland needs to give us their 2 later round picks in the first round. I would take that all day, every day.
Yes.
Yeah.
Please.
Yeah.
Please. I hope they love some DK Metcalf.
Let me just tell you, man. I just want to say something real quick. Whoever lands Dwayne Haskins might land the steal of the entire draft, dude. I am confident.
Dwayne Haskins hype train. That's the thing.
Listen, man, I bet my assessment over everything. Dwayne is the
All
man.
right. How about this? Let me ask you this. What pick out of the top 10 didn't deserve to be a top 10?
Daniel Jones.
Daniel Jones.
Oh, damn, well, that was too easy. Well, shit. What pick out of the top 9 not named Daniel Jones? Is there anything you saw that guys inflated a little bit too much? Well, that's what I'm saying here. I don't know what I'm trying to say here. Is that the top 10, there's a premium at this point. But a little wacky, was so sanitary for those first picks. Daniel Jones, thank you, Dave Gettleman, for making the draft interesting.
So, hey, I'll be real with you, man. Probably everyone's going to say Cleveland Farrell to Oakland at 4. And like I said, man, only time will tell if I'm right or if I'm just being a Clemson fan, which I swear I'm not. I'm basing it on my evaluation. But to answer your question, I feel like most people would probably say
pick is in.
Cleveland Farrell. All right, here's the pick.
That is a well done.
Here's the pick. Washington selects Dwayne Haskins, baby. Good for him,
if you're Washington, that's a good pick right now.
Yeah,
you're feeling great about that pick. A need meets value.
How about this?
On the clock.
What does that do for the Carolina Panthers? The Carolina Panthers are now on the clock. Right now, there have been how many quarterbacks?
Andre Dillard. It has to be Andre Dillard, right?
It'll be Montez Sweat.
It has to be Andre Dillard.
I wish that it just said the Panthers pick was in right now. Like,
if it's Byron Murphy, I'm going to leave my fucking room, dude.
There's no way.
Well, somebody get the soap. Somebody get the soap.
Get the soap.
There is nobody.
Get the soap.
We're not gonna be upset with this pick. We will not be upset with it. I promise you that. That is why this is a sanitary draft. This is a sanitary
I'm gonna be upset
draft.
just out of principle.
Oh my god, dude! Here we go.
The pick's in.
No.
Come on.
Because they're reviewing tape.
Come on, Carolina.
Panthers are on the clock, baby. Holy shit.
Pick your edge guy.
We're on the clock, dude.
That fell.
Get that D. We need
defensive
it.
end. It's gonna be a defensive end.
I think so, dude. It has to be Dillard or Burns, man.
Well, that's the same. That's hedging your bets. You can't say it's either offense or defense. Which one is it?
I mean,
special team.
I mean,
quarterback. If you say quarterback, Josh, I'm gonna come up to Massachusetts and beat your ass.
We're gonna draft the next Colin Jones right here, right now.
Oh my god, we're on the Amtrak.
Tony, what have we been
on the Amtrak?
Tony, what have we been chanting for 2 months now? Bill. No,
what's up? What's up?
Oh, look. Oh, my gosh. Yes, Nova Black in the house. In the house. Tell us what is going on at Bank of America right now.
Hey, take a look at this, guys. There's a lot of people out here.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, the stadium, they got this side over here blocked off. But when everybody's on the field and everybody's in the stands over here, everything else is blocked off.
Sacred ground. Sacred ground here.
Yes.
The Carolina Panthers are on the clock. What do you think the feeling is as you go there? Who do you want? Is it defense? Is it offense? What do we do?
I don't know.
Yes! I'm with
Ryan Burns is still on the clock. Ryan Burns is still on the clock. Montez Sweat still on the clock. On the board. Andre Dillard still there. Jared Little still there. Hey, the pick's in, guys.
Come on, show it to us. We're letting you have the screen.
The pick is in. And Carolina with the 16th pick.
Oh, yeah, we are.
All right, so Nova.
Let Nova announce it. Let Nova announce it.
Yeah, that was it. Oh, shit, dude.
Yeah. Well, they talking about the Redskins now, but our picks in. They getting ready to announce it right now, any minute now.
Oh, here we go, dude. Oh, shit.
Come on.
As always, they got something to say about our team not winning a playoff game.
Here's Smitty.
Yeah.
Who is it? Come on, give it to us.
Right? Let's get to it.
So close.
I'm excited.
Yeah, my screen's actually ahead of yours.
Yeah. Holy shit.
Everybody's out here. They got their phones out. Everybody's live. It's crazy out here.
All right, who we got? Who we got?
But you
Come
can feel the
on.
love. You can feel the love out here.
Don't be Byron Murphy. That's all.
Don't say guys because Nova is reporting on.
All right. Let's go.
Right. I'm about to see it on here, dude.
All right, here we go.
The Carolina Panthers select Brian Burns.
Brian Burns! Brian Burns! Brian Burns! Yeah!
Look at that. Clap, clap, clap.
Nova,
Everybody's
thank you. Nova.
Yeah, baby.
You the man, baby.
That's my guy.
Woo! Thank you, Nova
That's
Black.
my guy.
You're the best, homeboy.
Yes.
Make sure you have
No
fun
problem.
tonight with have fun at Bank of America.
Yeah, I will. Thank you guys very much.
You're the best. Brian Burns, the Panthers' first-round draft pick.
Yeah.
How are we?
There it goes. And
Hey, y'all ready to-
everybody's out here is excited.
Look at
dig
this.
Hey, y'all know we drafted his brother back in 2006, right?
His brother?
Huh?
I didn't know that.
Oh, see, he's so excited.
Wow.
Doesn't have the same last name, but I remember I was watching Brian Strickland today.
All right, so what does that? All right, so now Nova, we'll get you in here real quick, and then you gotta go. I know you do, because you got a lot of fun to have. Right now, how much fun was it watching the draft on that grass right there?
Oh man, this is an experience I'll never forget. This is the first of its kind. Everybody's taking off. So look like I need to get rolling before I run into traffic.
All right, Nova,
Well, it's
fam,
amazing.
we're gonna hit you up each and every week. He's on site, baby. Thank you
All
so
right,
much.
baby.
You
Thank
just
you.
made this
Catch you guys
podcast
later.
fantastic. Good night. That's Nova Black. Follow
Good
him on
night, guys.
Twitter.
Good night.
All right. So the Panthers. Let's open it up. Cody, I know you're about
Yes,
to post up. You got to go. Post like a
No,
mug.
I don't have to go. I'm already doing it, man.
Tell me
We're good to
this.
roll.
Brian Burns, the Panthers, there's a lot of options there. Who were the other options that we did not select, and why did we select Brian Burns?
So, yeah, listen, man, we have not had a speed rusher on the caliber of Brian Burns in a long time, man. It's flat out. He has the best bend and athletic ability of any defensive end in this draft. And when you incorporate the fact that Carolina wants to add more 3-4 fronts, he's the perfect outside linebacker who also can put his hand in the dirt. I mean, this is the perfect edge position for us. I mean, the way the board fell, if you wanted an edge defender, I mean, he was the player. I preferred him over Montez Sweat by a lot.
All right, CK, how do you respond to that?
Well, I was going to tell you guys the name of the defensive player we drafted back in 2006. It was Stanley McClover. We got him in the 6th round. But yeah, so I mean, honestly, I don't think I realized how big that dude was until he just walked out on stage, and that dude looks like he is going to bring a huge amount of speed to our defense. That is going to be an amazing pairing with the power that you have with Addison.
Jesse, what does Brian Burns do for the Carolina Panthers?
Well, it gives, like you said, a speed rusher on the edge, and Brian Burns going into the draft had the most mutual interest because he's visited, like, I think the Bills, the Colts, and other teams. But among all the teams, he had the most mutual interest between us and him. So it made it seem fair. It's a high risk but high reward. He needs to work on his run defense because he would get beat by the running backs a lot outside.
Yeah, I mean, I think those are excellent points right there, Cody. Let me ask you this.
Yeah.
We're excited about these prospects. We're excited about the upside of these individuals. What about the upside that you potentially missed with some other picks then?
So, I mean, obviously we didn't go tackle. So that means Andre Dillard and Cody Ford are no longer on the board. Juwan, I want to mention something. Jawan Taylor was being talked about. He's the right tackle from Florida. He was being talked about as potentially the best tackle in the entire draft. And apparently there were some concerns that came out about his medicals. I don't know. He is falling pretty hard.
Well, the Giants just got their picking, so.
Yeah, okay. The Giants.
Oh, gosh. They're going to pick like a kicker.
The Giants have.
Dave Gettleman really fucked himself tonight. Like, I thought there was something that we could still say was positive about Dave Gettleman with all of the moves he made. You would say they're not awful, but tonight's move, awful.
I mean, he thinks that he's playing like 5D chess, but he isn't, man.
Yeah, he's playing.
He really isn't.
He thinks he's playing chess, but he's playing checkers.
Yeah, I mean, listen. I hope everyone's happy about Brian Burns. I know I am. I still want him to add some muscle mass. I don't think he'll have a problem doing so.
What is his role going to be on this team next year?
Beat the shit out of the quarterback.
Well, duh.
That will be his role.
Is he going to play? Do you think he plays on the left? Do you think he is a situational defensive end to start? We're shifting to a 3-4. I don't even know what that's going to look like for the Panthers. I have never covered a Carolina Panthers team that played a 3-4. So it's going to be a big adjustment just for me watching football.
It will, but I also want to emphasize that most of the time at Florida State, Brian Burns had his hand in the dirt. So he is a 4-3 defensive end. If you put some muscle on him.
How much does he weigh?
At the combine, he weighed 249 pounds.
249?
249
Oh, my God. That's a linebacker weight, bro.
Yeah, that's more than Von Miller does.
No.
He's a 3-4 outside.
That's really light. That's really light.
Into contact.
He's going to be standing up. At that weight, he better be standing up.
It also gives us the option of rotating him and Bruce Irvin in as well.
That's what we're the shift is more than we thought, right? I think you're right. Exactly. I think you're exactly right about that. Is that's the type of player now we're interested in.
Yeah. And listen, he's versatile. He will be able to do both. He's not going to struggle as a 4-3 defensive end. All right, hold on. The pick is in.
Let's see what the final of Dave Gettleman shoots.
Yeah, the final pick of Dave Gettleman. Holy shit.
DK Metcalf.
That's messed up. What if he gets fired before? It's so good.
With the 17th
I'm going to let you
Dave
host
Gettleman
the
has been
show
fired.
from now on. Jesse hosts the show. His final pick is so amazing.
Greedy?
Who?
Rich Kingston is excited about Brian Burns on Twitter.
All right, here we go.
Oh, we're doing a special pick.
Dexter Lawrence. Dave Gettleman got the hog molly that you wanted, baby.
Needed him.
That's 3 Clemson players.
Dexter Lawrence.
That's by the way, and Jesse, you and I should celebrate, man, because we're Clemson fans.
Yeah.
There has never been a first round draft with 3 Clemson players in the first round.
Much less.
Yeah, baby.
3 defensive line players.
Yeah, with 3 defensive line players in the first round.
And we're still going to be disappointed if there's not a 4th.
Well, who would it be?
No, I don't think Austin Bryant will be a first round pick.
My point being is that you're talking about it's hard to bring multiple players into the NFL draft in the first round from the same college team. But not only, like Jesse said, is that they all played on the defensive line.
All right, fellas, I have to piss like a pregnant woman. I will be right back.
Okay.
For all those hoping that we trade back into the first round with our second, maybe our third, Ron Rivera and Herney are at the podium right now, so that's not happening.
That is not happening. If they're both there,
I mean,
what is that? What does that tell us right there, CK?
You could do
What is this statement?
Seahawks.
You know, Herney is the guy that hired Ron Rivera, right? These guys are ride or die brothers. You gotta like that.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if Seattle trades out their 21st pick because they don't have a lot of picks.
A bizarre first 10 picks, 12 picks, and then we still got the exact guy that everybody forecasted. I told you, CK, sanitary as shit. It's sanitary.
It's very sanitary.
We still got the same player that we all thought. No matter what the crazy drama was prior to it, we got the same guy that everybody expected.
I'm surprised Sweat is still on the board. I'll be honest. He might be off now with the Vikings. The Vikings need to do something to get their pass rush back there. I agree.
I hope we trade back and trade up and get them. Let's do it.
It's not. They're at the podium, man. They're taking calls right now.
Because they need O-line bad.
Burlington, North Carolina.
I don't see Montez Sweat getting drafted until about Seattle. Because Tennessee, they need a receiver, and Denver, they need a quarterback.
The Panthers need to jump up in here and get their guy. Screw it. Let's just get 2 starters. Sacrifice.
Trade Torrey to Oakland.
Yeah. Get rid of the rest of the draft. Come away with 2 or 3 guys that you know that you're putting it all on. What's the problem with that?
I mean, you can easily probably get Oakland to trade you their pick, one of their, remaining 2 first-round picks.
But I don't think Torrey Smith was first.
Torrey Smith and our
because they got Antonio
second
Brown
and third,
third
maybe.
and a fifth.
Yeah.
And I don't think Torrey Smith
Antonio Brown being there is ridiculous. I totally forgot that already. Gosh, I don't know. I feel like the Panthers have a long way to go. That was anticlimactic. Would you just say that we're all just content with Brian Burns? That's what it is. We're content.
Let me ask you this. I mean, here's the thing. He had his pick of the litter, right? Herney did.
Yeah.
And he still picked Burns, which means there's something that he likes, and it also brings in. I mean, what does this do with the idea of going to a 3-4? I think that this gives us a little bit more of an edge if we decide to switch to that type of a defense.
For the Vikings.
Let me ask your same question to you, CK. What do you think that truly means, though, for the Panthers? We have wondered the switch from the 4-3 to the 3-4. Is it just nominal?
Vikings picked up Garrett Bradbury.
Vikings go Garrett Bradbury.
Yeah, I think we could have probably predicted that.
So what does this tell us, do you think, about the style that the Carolina Panthers want to work with going forward?
See, what worries me is what's going to happen because if we switch to a 3-4 and the first 2-3 games don't go our way, how quickly are they going to revert back?
Yes.
And then what's that going to mean for the rest of the season?
Agreed.
You know what I mean?
Agreed.
And I don't want to see a situation.
No, they also do like a hybrid 4-3 as well. Like have some 4-3 concepts and then switch up to 3-4.
See, the problem with that is if you're going to be a fourth, I mean, the lineup of personnel is so different. So you're going to want to have at least 4 or 5 guys with the 3 technique. You're going to have 2 with the 0, with the 0 technique, which Poe is going to be able to do.
Is it overteaching to have 2 types of defense, right?
Yeah, I mean, because you've got to be able to have the depth for that. And I don't think that you can. I think we saw it with the Jets back in 2012, and it didn't work out very well. And so we'll see.
Quentin Coples was the pick they made right here at 16, by the way.
All right, I am back. I am 10 pounds lighter.
All right.
Yeah, you missed out on the Vikings.
4 Modelos. No, I saw Bradbury. Man, dude, okay. So am I a little bit crazy here? Why has Andre Dillard and Jawan Taylor fallen so far, man? Everything I was
We're
hearing.
going to get them both in the second. We're going to pick one in the second. We're going to trade up for the other. That's where we're at.
Denver. I think Denver makes a play for one of those offensive linemen.
I think they're going to go Drew Lock, but
I don't know. I mean, they got Flacco right now, but
Flacco's not the answer.
Well,
who's on the clock?
In my opinion, I don't think Drew Lock
Tennessee is on the clock currently, right?
Well, here's the deal. Drew Lock has gotten better every year that he played at Missouri. If you let him sit for a little while and let him get coached up, I mean, that could very well be a great pick. I'm telling you, Drew Lock makes some throws that are absolutely bananas. I mean, he just needs some time to grow, in my opinion. But I mean, I don't know why you wouldn't take him at 20. Well, who else are you going to take right here?
We're at Tennessee right now, so.
Yeah, so who? I have no idea what Tennessee does.
I see DK Metcalf or Hollywood.
Do we have time, Cody, to sneak a call?
Yeah, right now I have 4:43.
All right, so we're going to look. David Harrison, Bucks aficionado, right?
Yeah, let's hear from David.
Let me make sure I play the right one. Here we go.
What's up, guys? It's David Harrison. Sorry for the little bit of delay in the call, but glad I waited because you guys getting Brian Burns there in Carolina is huge for your team. I mean, we talked earlier in the offseason when you guys were so gracious enough to have me on your show about kind of revamping your defense. I think Brian Burns is really going to add a whole lot of pass rushing firepower to your defense. Honestly, I'm not looking forward to seeing Jameis Winston have to run from Brian Burns, and every Florida State Buccaneers fan that I have following me or that I interact with on Twitter is absolutely going crazy right now. But the Buccaneers, number 5, getting Devin White. You guys know I love Devin White. I've been ranting and raving about Devin White all draft season. There's really not a whole lot more I could say about Devin White that hasn't already been said. But the dude is he's a leader. I wouldn't be surprised. My co-host James Jarko at the Locked On Bucks podcast said he wouldn't be surprised if he's a rookie captain. And honestly, I could see it just as much just from talking to the guy and just from getting to meet him. One of our other staff members is in Nashville covering the draft tonight, and he got to meet Devin and said the exact same thing. As soon as he met Devin, he's just like, the dude makes you want to run through a wall. So the NFC South, at least with us and with you, holding it down on draft night, getting 2 killer defensive players that are definitely going to make the NFC South a division to reckon with for years to come. Enjoy the rest of your draft, guys. Good luck to you and the Carolina Panthers, all your listeners, all your fans. Thanks for giving me the opportunity to call in and drop a couple sentences for you. Good luck.
That's David Harrison. You can find him. He does the Locked On Bucks podcast. David Harrison's been coming on the show since we were in our infancy. And let me tell you a little something about this. This man this year was covering the Combine live and in effect right there, as well as one of our former homeboys, Jake Arthur, who was on the show doing these same types of things 5 or 6 years ago, is now writing and working for the Indianapolis Colts for thecolts.com. It's been amazing. David Harrison there, the ascendancy. Look at that, the wonderfulness that he passes along to us, remembering his roots coming to you there. He's excited about Brian Burns, Cody, but boy, is he excited about that linebacker. Cody's on mute, so let's see if we can turn this. Here he goes.
He's back on.
I'm back. Yeah, listen, and I said this earlier. It was the worst kept secret in the draft. Tampa Bay absolutely loved Devin White. It's a perfect pick for them, man. They just lost Quan Alexander. All right, hold up. We have the Titans pick here.
Yep.
Cody, will you announce it? I got to go tuck my kids into bed real quick.
Hey, do your thing, man.
See, I'd like for us to trade with Seattle and give them a second or third round pick to get their pick because Seattle doesn't have a lot of picks in this draft.
Oh, Jeffrey Simmons.
We got a trade actually because Seattle just got another first. They got a first from Kansas City.
Wait, say that one more time.
Seattle traded. Made a trade with Kansas City to get their first round pick. Oh wait, never mind.
Yeah, that happened a while back.
Yeah, never mind. I'm losing my mind.
So Jeffrey Simmons. Jeffrey Simmons is a player that tore his ACL, but if he hadn't, Jeffrey Simmons might have been a top 10 player in the draft. Jeffrey Simmons is an elite defensive tackle. He is an incredible physical presence. I mean, this is and they said that he might have tore his ACL so early on in the process that he might still be able to play this year. So you won't.
Second half.
Yeah, you won't have him right away, but when you do have him, he will be a dominant player on the interior.
Let's see what Red Report's got to say.
All right, so let me just survey the room. We'll go to Cody and then we'll go to Jesse. What's your initial thoughts on Brian Burns, our first round pick? Cody, are you feeling the burn, man?
You know, I kind of it adds up. You know, feeling the hurn, feeling the burn. I mean, it's all in one, man. I think it's coming full circle. I mean, with the fact that we now drafted him, you know, and obviously all the things that, I mean, with the amount of options that were at Hurney's disposal, think about what he really believes is Brian Burns' ceiling. And that's one of the things he said in the press conference. I'm just reading some of the tweets. He said his ceiling is so high that it's so hard to pass up a guy like that, and said that Brian Burns knows it, obviously. But I'm excited, man. I'm excited to see how quickly he acclimates to that room, and once again, we'll see what happens, but I'm optimistic that his future is going to be bright.
Yeah, same thing. I 100% agree with that sentiment, but people kind of already know what I feel. Jesse, how you feeling about our first round pick, man?
Well, like I mentioned before, he has a lot more. His upside is he's flexible in the hips, so he can get low, and he's great at getting after the quarterback. But on the other side of the coin, his run defense needs to be worked on as well, because there's been many times in game film where he's let the running back get right by him as well. So it's a high risk but high reward. If we can take care of his run defense, then we got a good speed rusher, because we've been missing that speed rusher for years.
Yeah, we really have. And I don't think Mario Addison is the kind of player that has anywhere near the upside of Brian Burns. And, I mean, you look at the arm length of Brian Burns, his ability to engage the offensive tackle before they even have the opportunity to get hands on him. I mean, it's second to none, man. I mean, maybe Montez Sweat, but I genuinely feel the upside of Brian Burns is a lot better than Montez Sweat would have been for us.
Well, then last year we allowed the quarterback to make a sandwich, read the newspaper, do all your morning chores.
We were terrible on third down.
Because age finally caught up to Julius Peppers, and the only maybe slight bright side was Effie Obata.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, we definitely needed an edge presence. And there are a lot of players in the second round that I'm high on that I genuinely feel would be a great selection for us on the offensive line in round 2. Yadier Kajust out of West Virginia is a great player. I mean, there are names to be had in the second round.
I mean, shoot, you still got what's his name, Jawan Taylor out there. You still got Andre Dillard is still out there.
Yeah.
Cody Ford. You have a plenty of opportunities for things to still come full circle and us get a pick that we want.
Absolutely. All right. So if we're Denver, I mean, what does Denver do on the board here, man? I mean, in my mind, I'm not mad at them if they pick a quarterback. I mean, maybe you see Montez Sweat and decide not to pass it up. That would be a nasty defense for Denver.
Yeah, especially Bradley Chubb and
Bradley Chubb and Von Miller. That would be
but Vic Fangio is a defense guy as well.
Yeah, that's a pretty badass defense.
I think if they're going to do defense, they're going to have to go cornerback. I mean, they haven't. If you look at the difference between their Super Bowl run and the team now, the difference in their defense is really their secondary has not been the same level that it was.
Yeah, because they let Talib go on a trade, and they also let Bradley Roby go to the Texans.
And you have Chris Harris right now pulling a pay me or trade me type situation.
There was even talk about Patrick Peterson getting traded as well in draft night as well, possibly.
I've heard that they might trade him. Chris Harris, right? Not Roby.
Yeah, Chris Harris.
All right, the pick is in.
I'm thinking Drew Lock right here.
Yeah, I kind of think Drew Lock should be the pick.
Do you really think so, or you think they pushed? You gotta remember they also lost, Paradis. So I mean they have a struggle with their offensive line issue right now too. So I mean I could see them pushing for an offensive lineman
and have had a struggle,
especially one that wasn't expected to be here.
Okung left, right?
Yeah.
I mean he is playing for Los Angeles at the moment.
All right, so let's do a little bit of an experiment. The Broncos are about to select. If you love the pick of Brian Burns, in the chat room, type love it. Or do you hate it? If you hate it, just type hate it, man. Let's do
How can you hate it, though?
Hey, let's see what
That's
people
my
think.
thing.
Right,
This is the boringest draft ever because we would not dislike this pick, whoever it was.
Noah Fant for the Broncos.
Yeah, Noah Fant has been selected by Denver. Wow.
You are kidding me.
Jake Butt is not doing it for them.
Yeah, but I felt like they have bigger needs than that.
Oh, is Jesse? Did you say Jake Butt?
Yeah, that was their tight
That's
end.
his dude. That's the guy, right? We're all high on his. We're all high on his ass.
Well, he tore his ACL.
Sorry.
Hate. All right, so
that was word pun in it.
I see some hate it, love it. I see a little bit of both. And I do understand that Brian Burns, and I've said it myself, I said it tonight, he needs to put on some muscle mass. But it was never a major problem for him. It's not something that happened over and over. Brian Burns is 100% worth.
Is he under 250 pounds?
Well, as of right now, I don't know.
Do you believe him to be? All right, so if he's under 250 pounds, that is linebacker numbers.
Yeah,
that's a linebacker weight. So, given that, then, is I don't care what he did in college, if he put his hand in the dirt, didn't put his hand in the dirt. In the NFL, if you weigh 250 pounds, your ass is standing up. You're standing up. What does that tell us now, though? The Carolina Panthers, I think this tells us a lot about our defensive scheme shift, and it's more abrupt than we expected.
I don't know. You have to understand, Brian Burns played most of his snaps at FSU with his hand in the dirt.
His hands in the dirt.
So you're
he's
not
240 pounds or whatever. I mean, it's like
249.
40. That's so light. That is so light, bro.
You're gonna get bull rushed by offensive.
Like an offensive lineman could just elbow your ass and you go down at that weight. That is a lot. That is a guy that you're trying to. That is what the Jets did with Quentin Coples. They were trying to make a stand-up defensive end who could drop into coverage and do what Julius Peppers did. But Julius Peppers is a freak. He's a number 2, number 1.
You know who else weighs 250 pounds?
Who?
DeMarcus Lawrence, and they just paid him all the money in the NFL.
Wow.
So there's that.
250 pounds. What's his role?
Is not a big man.
I feel like he's defensive end, right?
Yeah, he's a 4-3 defensive end, and that was my comparison.
Okay,
of him in this process.
That's some pretty strong evidence. I don't know how to come back at that.
Yeah, there you go.
I don't know what to say other than, damn. All right. Well, he better be able to put his.
And Brian Burns had far better measurables than DeMarcus Lawrence at the
What
combine.
does that front look like on first, second, and third down for the Carolina Panthers? Think of this right now. Addison's got to play.
Well, we got to trade. Seattle traded their pick to Green Bay.
Oh, so Green Bay moved up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Who is this? Metcalf?
They need to. I think they need to address their secondary. You remember?
First round.
I feel like the first round of the first round is by unnecessary trades. That's what I'm categorizing this. They're probably going to pick somebody. My theory is they're going to pick somebody that would have been there anyway.
I mean, you're a Montez Sweat here.
Yeah, well, they already picked up Rashawn and Gary, so they're going to double dip on defense.
That would be nasty, wouldn't it?
That would be nasty.
Oh, yeah, that's what I would do.
Hey, let's think about it this way, guys. What has happened to Aaron Rodgers' seasons?
Say it one more
He's
time.
gotten hurt. Both of the last 2 seasons, Aaron Rodgers has gotten hurt. You don't think they're trying to build a wall around him?
Yeah, maybe Andre Dillard.
Or they could
I mean,
also
at this point, it's a steal.
With Brown too, because Baltimore picks. Baltimore's probably going to pick up a receiver.
Yeah, Baltimore might.
Baltimore trying to pick a receiver is like a blind man.
Well,
I don't even know what I was going to try to say other than this is a blind man trying to do something.
Who are they going to burn him with? Mike Wallace? Mike Wallace, Michael Crabtree. Come on now.
And they got the kid from UCF, that Perryman. There was Perryman who's now, I don't know who.
They let him go.
Yeah, but he went. So they have not been able to draft. That's their white whale right there.
Yeah,
that is their white whale. Also, Marty Herney's white whale is a receiver.
He's not at the podium yet, so go ahead.
Think about this. Marty Herney's generally good in the first round, right? Like, I mean, he's not generally good. He's like badass.
He's in the first round.
He's lights out.
Okay, here's the trade. Seattle gets the 30th pick and 2 fourths for the 21st pick. So Seattle will have back-to-back first-round picks.
How many spots does that move them back?
9.
All right,
that seems pretty cheap.
That's not a ton of move. You get an extra 4th. That's all you got, really. That's generous by the.
But Seattle is going to have back-to-back first as well in front of the Rams.
Back to back.
Yeah, because they got the 29th from Kansas City and then the 30th now from Green Bay.
Jeez. See, this is where it gets. You're really bringing the complicatedness right there. And the fact that this draft, even though it is sanitary, there's some movement in the back end here that's been. What does that actually do here? So you have back-to-back picks. Now you have a little movement. Jesse, what do you think that does to this draft at the back end?
About the back-to-back picks, or
movement? Like where are we at now that there's a little movement in the back? That's a little,
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised that Philly also trades out their pick as well because there's not many needs they actually need in the first round. Because Philly's probably one of the more savvy front offices.
All right, so the pick is in for Green Bay with the 21st pick.
Andrew Dillard. That's all I'm saying. Andre Dillard, I mean.
Darnell Savage? They traded up for Darnell Savage?
Ooh.
Whoa, dude.
But you gotta remember, they need some safety help now.
Just let it fall to you.
I mean, dude, that's the first safety off the board, man.
That's a third-round pick right there.
Wow. All right.
I would have picked Nasir Adley over Darnell Savage.
I mean, I did like Savage, but I wasn't first round high on him. Whoa.
Be interested to know what that does for the Green Bay defense at this point, right? Is that they've had, there's a lot of change going on there. They bring in an offensive-minded head coach. And then you've got Aaron Rodgers, who is what you ultimately expect, kind of like what Peyton Manning was. You thought that he could
we
just
got another
be
trade. The Eagles moved up to the 22nd pick.
There's more movement, folks. More movement in the draft.
Eagles moved up 3 spots.
Philadelphia has moved up.
I'm thinking Andre Dillard right here. That's the only reason they would move up because Houston's going to go O-line.
Yeah, they need to replace.
I mean, I'm honestly wondering why so many people are falling. Andre Dillard, Jawan Taylor, Cody Ford. Yeah, this is kind of perplexing, in my honest opinion.
Well, a couple of things have happened that have pushed some good players down. That's ultimately what you're saying right here, is the fact that you're picking.
Okay, here's a trade.
Quarterback.
The Ravens got the 25th pick, a 4th round pick, and a 6th round pick to move down 3 spots.
Say it one more time.
Baltimore got a 25th pick, a 4th round pick, and a 6th round pick. And then the Eagles got the 22nd pick.
Jeez.
Well, I'm thinking this is going to be Jawan Taylor or Andre Dillard because why else would they move up in front of Houston?
Philadelphia, I mean, they're not far away, man. They're a Super Bowl football team. They just need a few more pieces.
Or they may even go for a Greedy Williams or a Byron Murphy because they were getting torched in the secondary. Even last year in the 4th quarter when we was down 17-0, he finally figured out what they were doing. And made the
I think Carlton and Cohen hit the nail on the head. He said this is the wildest first round in recent memory. Definitely hard to predict that it would move in the fashion that it has. Yeah, man, I don't know. This has been a weird one.
Do we have time to squeeze in a call real quick?
Yeah. Go ahead.
Let's do that. Let's see what's going on the cat calls line. See what these guys are saying about the draft.
Hey, Panthers podcast. How y'all doing? This is G.
What's up, G?
Hey, I'm happy with the Brian Burns pick. I called that shit. I said, hey, if they don't pick Jonah Williams, they're going to pick. Yeah, you remember when I said that. Y'all remember that. Y'all remember that shit. Hey, I was pissed that Jonah Williams went to the damn Bengals. Who the hell wants to protect Andy Dalton's blind side? Fuck the damn Bengals, man. But we got Brian Burns and all them haters out there that be saying all that shit about we drafted Everett Brown and look how he turned out. This dude is miles ahead of Everett Brown. Miles ahead of his ass, man.
So
I'm
much
happy
better.
with this pick. I'm very happy. And like I said before, with our GM, Ernie, that son of a bitch, he does not miss in the first round.
Nope, he
He
don't.
does not miss in the first round.
This
That
mother's
dude,
gonna
the
kill
second or
it.
third round might be like, that first round, he lands.
He got this.
Some damn picks. So I'm happy with this pick. I still want to get a left tackle, maybe in the second round or whatever, But hey, I got something for you. What would happen? What would happen if Montez Sweat falls to the second round and we pick him up? Just imagine that, man. Just imagine that.
Pick coming up. Pick coming up.
Like
Okay,
that.
Eagles then.
Remember, Starla Tulele had a heart condition, and we picked him up from Utah. Y'all remember that? So, hey, like I'm saying, I'm happy with this. I'm happy with the pick. So let me continue drinking my beer and keep pounding. And welcome to the Carolina Panthers, Brian Burns. Rip Drew
What?
Brees, head
Andre
off,
Dillard.
and everybody else
Andre
on the
Dillard.
division, man. Keep
What a
pounding.
fantastic call that was. Thank you, G. Cavassier.
He always brings the heat, man. Welcome to the Carolina Panthers. Brian Burns. I'm happy. I'm feeling the burn. I think G is too.
I mean, we can forgive that he's from Florida State as long as he can produce and get some sacks.
yeah, we can forgive that. Hey, man, as long as he's doing the ACC proud for the Carolina Panthers, no doubt.
Yeah, Andre Dillard's going to the Eagles.
Yeah, Andre Dillard is off the board.
Yeah, that's what the only reason I think of the Eagles moving up in front of Houston.
It's got to be.
It's probably be Jawan Taylor for Houston.
So now you're Houston. Dude, if I'm Houston, I'm jumping on Cody Ford to protect Deshaun Watson for the next few years.
I would say Jawan Taylor.
Yeah, Jawan Taylor too. Ford or Taylor is a beautiful pick for them.
I can see Cody Ford because he's from Oklahoma and if they really think they're that even. The only thing with Dillard, I think, is he's got good pass blocking, but he needs to work on his run blocking.
Well, okay, so now that we're able to talk, and I believe I said this.
Hey,
and if
podcast, how y'all doing?
Sorry,
Oh.
my hat.
Hey,
If I didn't say this, you can let me know. This is an honest assessment. One of the knocks on Andre Dillard was his hand placement. So even though he was incredibly athletic, a lot of defensive ends were able to put their hands into his chest before he was able to shoot his hands into their chest. The rumors is that there were some teams that had third or fourth round grades on Andre Dillard. I disagreed with that assessment. I didn't feel his hands were that bad, but maybe that might have been a reason for the fall.
Yeah. Another reason they jumped ahead is because the Texans were targeting Andre Dillard, that 23rd pick.
Yep. So, in my opinion, this is probably Cody Ford. In my opinion.
Yeah, it's a split decision between Cody Ford and Jawan Taylor. Then it's going to be Oakland on the board next. I also wouldn't. Probably after Houston, I would see a run for receiver. I could see a run for receivers as well.
Let's say Oakland picks a running back.
I don't think they're going to pick them this high.
No, I mean, I'm saying this with their second or their third or first round pick.
All right, the pick is in for Houston. All right, place your bets. Who do we think is coming off the board?
Juwan Taylor.
All right, Juwan Taylor. Cody, what you thinking, man?
I'm gonna say Juwan Taylor.
I'm gonna say Ford, man. I think Cody Ford, the versatility, you put him at tackle, put him at guard, play him anywhere you want to, you know. Wow, man. I feel like they're. Go ahead, man.
I was gonna say, who do you feel is the biggest surprise that they're not off the board yet?
I mean, if it wasn't for the heart thing, you know, maybe it was BS, maybe it wasn't. I'd probably say Montez Sweat would be another. Would probably be my surprise. Greedy Williams didn't have one private visit with a single NFL team, and that is madness in my mind. I don't know how that happened.
Also, Byron Murphy.
How would you feel if he dropped all the way to the second and we picked him up in the second?
Oh my God, I'd be in love, dude. Are you serious?
That'd be
So
steal.
much more upside than Bradbury.
The Texans pick is in.
Titus Howard? What? Dude, are you serious right now?
What?
Titus Howard? A first-round pick out of Alabama State? Dude, come on, man.
What in the world? Let me ask you, what do you feel like is the reason? I mean, obviously there's something that's pushing Taylor back and Cody Ford back. I mean, what do you feel like it is?
You know, maybe it's some health concerns with Taylor.
Do you feel like it's private meetings?
Yeah, I mean, it very well could be, man. There's really no way to know. I honestly don't know what to say, man. I honestly have no idea. I don't know what to say. What would cause them to drop that bad? Juwan Taylor was the best tackle on the board of a lot of different people. So I just do not understand. The Raiders are up next.
I think they're a receiver here.
For the Raiders?
Yeah, because I'm thinking there's going to be a run for receivers.
Even after they traded for Antonio Brown?
I mean, Antonio Brown's going to be 31 in July.
Yeah.
They gave him the money he was looking for, though.
Yeah, they did, man. They paid him so much money.
They obviously hope that he gets longevity. I mean, to give away what you give. I mean, I guess it's not horrible the second or third and fifth round, but still.
I will say Josh Jacobs, the running back out of Alabama.
That's what I'm saying. It's got to be a running. I mean, Marshawn Lynch isn't there anymore.
Yeah, Marshawn Lynch just retired.
They're going to have the 27th pick, so I don't imagine Baltimore or Indianapolis picking a running back.
This is the weirdest draft I can remember in a long time.
It's always the same way.
Yeah, it's so stupid, man.
No, every draft falls in the same way.
Yeah.
And this one is exactly the same as last year and the one before.
It's just dude, Titus Howard in the first round?
What
dude,
the fuck? That was what team?
The Houston Texans.
Yeah.
For Deshaun Watson. I have no idea what they're doing. Juwan Taylor was on the board. Ford was on the board. A lot of players are on the board. Yeah.
There's like no offensive dudes.
No.
Yeah.
No, really? I don't know.
No running backs, no receivers.
No wide receivers, right?
Have there been any wide receivers yet? No wide receivers. No running backs yet?
No.
Well, it's a weak running back class anyways this year.
Is Tony back? What happened to Tony?
He came back and he dipped out again.
I mean, this also could be Cody Ford right here as well because they lost Donald Penn and Kelechi Osemele. Even though they got Colton Miller last year, they could still go take a flyer on Jawan Taylor, Cody Ford.
I'm just glad the Saints don't have a pick.
Oh, don't jinx it. They could trade into the first round.
Hey, I hope they give away some more draft capital. They already gave their first round this year for a first rounder last year that hasn't really provided the value of 2 first-round picks.
So to Floyd Wild 315 in the chat, I absolutely feel better about our defense, man. On third down, we were so terrible last year. Just not able to get the offense off the field. And we might do some more, man. I'm a big Juan Thornhill fan. Draft Juan Thornhill in the second round. Man, all of a sudden our defense is a lot better than it was. A lot.
I'm a big fan of Nasir Adderley as well.
Yeah, Nasir Adderley is another player who's not off the board yet.
But I imagine Seattle's going to probably pick one of these free safeties right here because they lost Earl Thomas.
Wow, my man Farrell, dude. Listen, I know I let my Clemson fandom bleed into the show, man, but I'm genuinely happy for all 3 of those dudes, man. Farrell, Christian Wilkins, Dexter Lawrence.
Dexter Lawrence hadn't been picked up yet.
Yeah, he has. He was picked up by the Giants.
Oh, yeah, that's right, yeah.
Oh, man, that's insane, dude. All right, the pick is in. Everybody place your bets. Who is this right here?
Jawan Taylor.
Yeah, I think it's Josh Jacobs.
Yeah, me too. I think this is Josh Jacobs.
I think Josh Jacobs is still going to be there at 27.
DK Metcalf. It's just insane that he's not off the board
Yeah,
yet.
could you imagine if DK Metcalf comes off the board? Wow.
Yeah, the only knock on him is his 3-cone drill. Like, his 3-cone drill is worse than 2-cone line.
27.
Yeah, remember?
Sorry, guys.
No, you're fine, man. Hey, Jeff Hodge in the chat. I disagree with you, man. You say he'll be a bust. I don't see it. He's too hard.
$20 on it.
He's too
somebody
hard.
gonna screenshot that?
Yeah. I mean, hey,
$20 on it, guys.
I understand people are going to debate whether or not Cleveland Farrell was worth the number 4 pick in the draft, but my man's incredible, dude. I'm telling you, he will put up numbers in the NFL. Done, Jeff Hodge. $20, dude. $20
Here we go with the Raiders pick.
Boom, boom.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to get a wide receiver.
I think they're going to go.
Yep, there we go. Josh Jacobs, first round pick.
He better run like hell.
Yeah, he is.
Or else John Gruden will cut his ass.
And he doesn't have a lot of wear and tear on his body, though. He didn't have many touches for Alabama.
Well, he don't have no friends either.
Well, no friends. Well,
he had Bo Scarborough.
You can throw passes to him. He's a good player.
Well, there's also another Alabama running back who probably won't be into the 4th round.
Oh, you mean Damian Harris?
Yeah, he can do shit.
Yeah, he's a badass, man.
That Farrell pick,
yeah,
that's gonna be the best pick of this draft.
I'm telling you, man, Farrell is a badass.
That was a perfect pick
Clemson,
at 4.
dude.
Through everything, and that's what we read, right? They were gonna make like a weird
yeah, you're
selection.
A weird selection.
And dude, when they read that, I was like, that's a good pick.
Clelin Ferrell will be a monster in the NFL, man.
Definitely a good pick.
And hey, if I'm wrong, I'll be wrong. Tony Dunn, you there?
Yeah, I'm here, man.
So what's going on, man?
We just try to figure out how the last bit of this draft works out, because we continue to see players that we thought were first round grades move to the second round. Panthers have to be excited as they watch this draft unfold.
I mean, the board fell perfect. The board fell absolutely perfect for us. And even the way it is now, man, there's going to be a bunch of good players that are first round talents falling into the second round.
We're waiting for them.
Baltimore's on the clock now.
They get Montez
First
Sweat.
round
That's what I'm
never
calling it.
disappoints, though, does it?
No, it never does. Never does, man. Dude, that Houston selection just surprised me.
Yeah, I think it's a bit questionable.
Yeah, man, that was pretty weird right there.
Yeah, it's got me doing the head scratch.
With all the pieces that the Ravens lost, you think they go safety to replace? Well, no, they just got Earl Thomas. Never mind.
Yeah,
But do you think they go? They think they go defensive end, get Montez Sweat?
I think they go receiver because Lamar Jackson doesn't have a threat for him. Or
Tyler Lovato wants to know what role Brian Burns will play when we run our 4-3. Listen, man, a 4-3 defensive end. I mean, I've said it before. He played a 4-3 defensive end at Florida State. That's what they play at Florida State. So the Panthers didn't draft him if they didn't trust that he'll be able to play both a line, a 3-4 outside linebacker, and a 4-3 defensive end. So, as an outside linebacker, I mean, the dude ran a 4.53. I mean, he has the ability to cover tight ends down the seam. I mean, Brian Burns should be able to do everything that we asked him to do. No doubt.
Well, we all like to hear that. That's what we want to hear. Gosh, the first round is so... you know what? All of this... I was talking to somebody last night at the bar, and they said that... And I didn't watch the draft closely, obviously, at this point. But they started that mess on Saturday and just drafted... And that was like in 2009. Like it was, they would start the draft on Saturday at noon and just draft everybody by the next day.
Yeah. Hey,
How
Tony,
insane is that?
Turn our volume up just a little bit. The chat room is saying that we're kind of low. Is that better?
I haven't done
I don't know.
anything.
What?
I didn't do anything really. I tried to. So like, I hope it's better. Speaking to the microphone, Squid Brain, as most people would say. If you watch Point Break, you would know what that means.
Yeah, Tyler, by next Tuesday, and this is for everyone in the chat room, by next Tuesday, we're going to know every single Panthers pick. What I intend to do is do a little bit of an in-depth dive into what every player does for us and tell you a little bit more about them, what they do, and how they fit what Carolina wants to do. So I have you covered, my people, I promise.
We're all stunned here at this point. Who is the player? Who's the best player on the draft board right now?
I'd say just pure talent would be Jawan Taylor, but I don't see Baltimore going with Jawan Taylor.
Now they say my audio is low, Tony.
Low?
Yeah, that's it. My audio is.
You sound so loud to me.
Yeah, everybody's saying Cody's out.
I see a DK Metcalf pick right here, or a Marquise Brown.
I think they gotta bolster that defense again.
Tell me if they get it. Y'all tell me if you get an echo right now.
I don't hear anything.
No, not really.
If you're watching YouTube.
Dude, I have so many clips on my computer right now. If I had Shindig right now, dude, I would be playing so many Brian Burns clips. I mean, the dude really does have a phenomenal upside. And I really do want Panther fans to be happy about this pick. It's a damn good pick for Carolina.
All right, here comes Roger Goodell for the Ravens.
Yep, the Ravens are on the board. They're on the clock.
Called it.
Whoa.
Marquise cousin of Antonio Brown. Little people know.
I mean, that's a speed receiver.
Uh-huh.
They want him to haul ass down the field. I mean, did you all feel Lamar Jackson will be a competent quarterback for the Ravens?
I see him more of a Tim Tebow type of quarterback. He can't make a read with defense. He just relies on speed.
Yeah, I kind of feel the same way, man.
Yeah, I don't. I didn't see a lot of smart decisions last year. Even though that was his first year, I know you got to give him some slack for that. But
the receivers with the Ravens guy were terrible as well. You have Michael Crabtree, John Brown. Who else? Well, now with this pick right here, it gives Jackson somebody that the defense has to look out for.
Nobody said that their receivers were trash until after Lamar Jackson took over. I mean, remember when we were going to face them, they were like, "Oh, you got to watch out for John Brown. He just had a crazy good game last game, and we shut him down." But you look at that difference. I mean, I think the common denominator is the fact that Lamar Jackson was on the field.
And so another thing, and listen, I understand people are there are people that are Brian Burns naysayers in the chat. Listen, you have to understand, man, he will not be the first defensive end to weigh as much as he does and have to play with his hand in the dirt. As I told Tony earlier, the man that just got the bag, DeMarcus Lawrence, is the same size as Brian Burns. And Burns is a far better athlete than Lawrence was. And that was my comparison for him. He has the upside of a DeMarcus Lawrence. And he led the NFL in sacks 1 or 2 seasons ago. So in time, I will sell you on the Brian Burns selection, I promise.
How many more picks are there?
There are
6. Come on, NFL draft.
7.
Let us go to bed.
There are 7.
Yeah, because Indiana. Oh, we got a trade. Redskins moved up.
Wow, Washington moved up?
Yep, they got into the first round. This is probably DK Metcalf territory.
Indy, that's so smart.
Yeah, maybe so.
This is DK Metcalf territory, I bet you. Because I'm thinking Oakland's going to pick up, or they suspect Oakland's going to pick up a receiver. because Washington really doesn't need much defense because their defense is almost like the Washington Crimson Tide.
Yeah, but all they do is draft Alabama players.
Half the rosters are Alabama players. They got
Yeah. Yeah.
Even
and they just got the dude from the Giants, Landon Collins.
Yeah.
But he also played
another Dave Gettleman move right there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm thinking this is going to be DK Metcalf territory or AJ Brown for the Redskins.
Yeah.
Dude, I could see DK Metcalf here.
See, I would like DK Metcalf.
Probably,
but it's more of a pipeline dream.
I'm just going to say DK Metcalf on the remainder until he's picked.
I mean, I honestly don't know who else it would be. Maybe this is where you see a Montez Sweat fall off the board.
See that. I'd see either, like you said, DK Metcalf or a Cody Ford. Because Trent Brown's also getting up there in age. Or not Trent Brown, Trent Williams, that's what it is. Trent Williams is getting up there in age as well.
True. And their offensive line isn't bad. They were just hurt. They had so many injuries on that offensive line last year.
Just like us.
Yeah, just like us. Yeah.
See, I would even in the second round, I would like for the Panthers to take a flyer on somebody like a Ben Powers from a guard from Oklahoma as well, because we talk about we need left tackle to possibly fill in the spot that may or may not be filled in by Taylor Moton, depends on how they want to go. But really, our left guard was mostly filled by Greg Van Roten. And Greg Van Roten wasn't that great either.
He weighed 10 pounds more than Burns. Who did? Front seven. Who weighed 10 pounds more than Brian Burns?
I'm ready for this draft to be over. I ain't gonna lie though.
You've seen the Panthers pick. Now you're ready for bed.
I know. I'm watching these people making fun of me in the chat room. Yeah, let's go to bed, folks. So long. Brian Burns, what does this do for tomorrow? What do you think what do you think right now? I guess that's the real question to ask. Is the draft, we're starting to get to where in the outer stages of the first round, we're starting to see some of those push outs. Does this do anything for the Carolina Panthers? They just stand pat and let it come to them, or is this creating a scenario where they need to push forward?
For me personally, I feel as though an offensive tackle or even a guard is a must-have in the second round. I know who my pick is. A safety is another player position that's in the running for us. Nasir Adderley or a Juan Thornhill. Yadni Kajus, a left tackle from West Virginia. In my mind, that's probably where we need to move.
I think if Nasir Adderley is still there in the second round, I would get Nasir Adderley. If not, I'd go for somebody like a Yadni Kajus or Caleb McGarry or even Ben Powers from Oklahoma.
Yeah.
Who we at?
He
We're
plays
at
the left guard
26.
position.
What is it? Oakland. No, the Redskins are on the board, correct?
Yep, their pick is in as well.
Is this their second pick in the first round?
Yeah, I'm waiting to trade details right here. The Redskins gave up a second round pick this year and a 2020 second round pick to move up to the 26th pick.
They moved up 9.
They moved up 20 spots.
That's a pretty good jump, though.
Oh, 20 up.
All right, so the pick is in right now.
The Redskins, I'm calling DK Metcalf.
Metcalf. All right, the pick is in. They're coming to. All right, here's Goodell. Oh, so the Colts traded this pick.
Yeah.
Wow.
Redskins moved up 20 spots and gave a second rounder next year.
Montez Sweat.
Yeah.
There he is.
Oh, wow. I thought
Wake
it was
you up,
DK
folks.
Metcalf there.
So there he is, man. And you know what, guys? In my honest assessment, this
People
is
thought I was
probably
gonna fall
about.
asleep. People
This
make
is
fun of me.
probably about where I would rank Montez Sweat. He has incredible upside, but he's still very raw. And as it says right there, he plays too high. He does need a little time, but he has potential to be a good player. And we'll see him next year or this coming season.
He'd be in Carolina, though.
All right, so who's left to pick?
We have Oakland.
So long.
We have the Oakland, the Chargers, 2 Seattle picks, the Rams, and the Patriots, and that's it.
Can Seattle just put both their picks on one card and just let them?
Yeah, they're back to back. Yeah, that's weird. 2 picks back to back.
It was all from the Green Bay trade.
Yeah, 100%.
Joe Rilano in the.
Who's the best pick from the NFC South so far?
Joe Milano, what's up, baby? How you doing, man?
What's up, guys? Sorry I'm so late. You wouldn't believe me if I told you. But I'm here, and this is the first I'm seeing of the draft, so I'm really shocked. I'm surprised. Really surprised with who I've seen coming off, who's been picked so far.
Yeah.
I think almost sad. I hate to use that word sad because it's, but I really wasn't expecting us to go the route we went.
So, Joe, let me be the first to get your opinion because our chat room is kind of split. Some people love Brian Burns, and some people are they don't feel he'll be able to put his hand in the dirt and play a 4-3 defensive end. In the words of Joe Riolano, man, how are you feeling about the Panthers selection?
I have to be honest, man. From the time Burns has been mentioned as a player, a potential pick for the Panthers, I've had one thought on my mind. Everett Brown.
Oh, no, don't say that.
Don't
say that, Joe. That's so wrong, man.
From the time he was mentioned as a potential Panthers pick, I thought Everett Brown 2.0.
No.
Raiders pick is in.
And
do you feel that
makes me so angry because of
that makes me want to go to bed. We're at the 27th pick. Come on, 32, baby.
Was it simply a matter of there being no one else available? I mean,
no.
I mean, is your assessment based off of what you have seen from Brian Burns?
No, it's just I've seen this type of player 100 times in the NFL. His body type.
So you're saying it's a reach? It's a reach.
So, just too lean. Not enough ass on him.
Yeah. I mean, well, think about Vic Beasley, right?
Exactly. Well, Vic Beasley is an example. He can disappear.
Yeah, I mean, they're not even
You
going
know,
to
I mean, there are
re-sign him.
games where he comes
They're
in
not
and he
even going to
doesn't
pay
make an
him.
impact.
They're not going to re-sign him in Atlanta.
No, but he disappears.
Yeah.
You know, he'll be
Good
gone.
season during their Super Bowl run, and after that, he just disappeared off the map.
Right. And that's what I fear with those guys like that have that slight build. You know, when you're on the defensive line, you want somebody with some mass. You need some density up there.
All right, Raiders.
And Brown Brown never was that when the Panthers drafted him. They had, you know, all the measurables.
I think he's a coach with the team too now, Joe.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Mississippi State.
I believe he is.
Yeah.
I don't, you know, the guy we drafted is.
What are the Raiders doing? Cody, you calling it out?
They selected Jonathan Abram, the safety out of Mississippi State.
Safety.
Man, I really was hoping there would be a couple of safeties on the board for us.
Well, my favorite.
I was proud he went first.
My two.
I didn't realize.
My two favorite safeties are still on the board, so they might be there for us in the second round. Either Nasir Adderley out of Delaware or Juan Thornhill out of Virginia.
I really like Thornhill.
Yeah, me too.
Really like him.
Me too, Joey. Me too. I'm hoping that's our that could be our pick. Maybe a well, I've already mentioned a few players, but yeah, man.
If he's here in the second.
Yeah,
that's good.
How did Seattle get 2 picks back to back, assholes?
Because they traded
Green
with
Green Bay.
Cody Testa could jump in on this one. I don't remember exactly.
Who they get? Who they trade up with?
They traded with Green Bay.
Yeah, Green Bay.
So
the LA Chargers are on
imagine
the clock.
being in a snake draft right now if you're them. You know what I'm saying? You would get 2 picks and then it comes back to you. Imagine if you're in your fantasy football snake draft right there. That shit, you have like 7 picks right in a row.
Has there ever been a team to have back-to-back picks?
Yeah. Oh, definitely.
Oh, yeah.
I feel like the Patriots did that like every 3 years.
Yeah, well, yeah. If you win the Super Bowl, you get back-to-back picks because you get 32, and then you get round 1, right?
I don't know.
Didn't they do that? Didn't the Patriots do that one year? They got the 32nd pick and turned around and had the first pick of the second round.
That might have been just because they traded a bunch of crap. They used to trade like so much, and they would have like 12 second-round picks.
So listen, I just want to take one more opportunity to thank everyone for hanging out with us and joining us tonight. I do promise you, though, this Tuesday night, I am going to do my damnedest to sell you all who are
Brian Burns haters, Joe Riolanoers.
Joe Riolano, to everyone who is not sure about Brian Burns, I'm going to do a deep dive and hope to sell you on that pick. I've been analyzing these players.
We picked him over Dexter Lawrence. That's crazy.
Get him, Joe. Get him, Joe.
I mean, hey, you know I'm a Clemson fan. I would have loved to have had Dexter, but an edge rusher is a bigger need for us than the defensive tackle.
Yeah, because we have K1 Short and Dontari Poe.
Yeah, Dontari Poe, K1 Short, and so yeah.
Bryant's still out there. Austin Bryant, right? He's still out there.
Yeah, he might be a second or third round.
Panthers are going to get an offensive lineman next. That's what they're going to do.
Either gonna get on
Yeah, I mean, really, it looks to me like there was more talent in the offensive tackle area than having.
Well, obviously, people were concerned about it, right, Job? I mean, the Furrow kid jumps up, and then there are not a lot of offensive linemen going off the board, really.
Yeah. No, man. Jawan Taylor is still on the board.
Yeah,
Dude,
yeah.
There had to have been some concerns with him.
Something had to come up, right? Somewhere.
I mean, hey, maybe he falls to our pick. Who knows?
But I think Arizona's going to get O-line with their second pick as well.
Yeah, and to our boy J-Dub in the chat, in 2018, Brian did not do a lot versus Clemson. However, in 2017, he tore Kelly Bryant a new asshole. So, and against the same tackles. So, I don't know what that means to you, but there's that.
The Chargers made their pick.
Yeah, the Rams or the Chargers are in.
And then it's going to be back-to-back with Seattle unless they want to trade one of them away, which they could very well because I think they only got about 4 or 5 picks this draft altogether.
Yeah, Seattle is after them. 4 more picks. And then Tony gets to go to bed.
Cody, is this pick for the Panthers? Does it fit their plan to utilize more 3-4? Does he fit that need for the defensive end in the 3-4?
Joe, with that in mind, with the fact that the Panthers are going to be utilizing more 3-4 fronts, the Panthers could not have made a better selection. The Panthers absolutely could not have made a better pick.
Based on his speed?
Based on his athleticism, his ability to cover tight ends and even receivers down the seam, and his ability to rush the passer. I mean, he has a body that's favorable to an outside linebacker, but yet the entire time in college, he played with his hand in the dirt. I mean,
but they think he'll be able to play in space.
Oh, absolutely. He will be able to play in. I mean, you know, I'm a Clemson fan. He will be able to play in space far better than Farrell ever would have been able to do for us. Absolutely. Better than Jonathan Abrams. Better than even
Chargers pick is in.
So you should feel confident about that. All right, the Chargers pick.
Jerry Tillery.
Yep.
All right. Not a bad pick.
They lost, what's his name, Corey Luggett as well in the offseason.
Yeah, I forgot all about that.
All right, so you really see him fitting the outside linebacker role.
Oh, absolutely.
What about when we're in the 3-4? He can still pass rush. He won't look.
Absolutely.
He's not going to play the run well out of the 3-4, but he'll be able to pass rush.
Well, and it just depends. His arms are so long, he's able to use his arms to push the tackle away before they're able to get his hands on him. So, I mean, you're talking about a person that has a frame that isn't done filling out.
Yeah, 6'5", 250. That's not.
Yeah, around there. I mean, he might be able to move up to 265 pounds.
Right.
You know, and the type of athleticism that he has. I want to make this apparent. There is no pass rusher on our roster that has anywhere near the athletic profile of Brian Burns. Not Mario Addison, not F.A. Obata,
not Wes Horton.
Definitely not Wes Horton. Brian Burns is instantly the fastest, most agile pass rusher that we have on the team right now.
So what is the lineup then?
How do you feel about the compliment?
So we have to talk about Vernon Butler because in my mind they'll probably put him in as a defensive end in a 3-4 set. I think you're probably running with Brian Burns, Vernon Butler, Don Taripo, K'Wan Short, and either Mario Addison or Bruce Irvin on the opposite end.
Bruce Irvin.
Such a different feel. Like I don't even know how to interpret. Like what are our linebackers going to do now? Oh my gosh, it's a lot to take in right there.
It really is.
It's a ton to take in.
I think we're going to be playing. I think we're going to be playing to the strength. No.
Say that one more time. CK.
Yeah, you broke up. Say it one more time.
No, you're fine. I was going to say, I think we're playing now. I mean, you have who's a much better zero technique than a technique or anything along those lines. So I think putting him at nose is going to be more helpful to our overall goal. So, I mean, I think with our defensive line, we're playing the. If we were to switch to the 3-4, in my opinion.
Well, it's important to remember we're doing both of them. We're not
right.
with 3-4.
Right.
We are incorporating more 3-4.
It really feels like we're going more to it than less, though.
Yeah, I think so too. I mean,
I thought that it was going to just be a little bit,
I mean,
Joe. I thought it was just a little bit. Now I feel like we're all in on that shit.
Right, me too. I feel like there's going to be more of it than what we are expecting. Like they're committing to it more.
Yeah, which I mean isn't a bad thing, but I continue.
It's not necessarily a bad thing. Maybe that is going to be what helps us generate that pressure.
It's better than half-assing it, right? Like
sure.
Making a distinct change. I still continue to wonder, though. I just go back to the year that the Jets did this same thing, and Quentin Coples was the pick right there.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes it is very difficult, despite the tape that you watch in college, to see how you're trying to get a big guy to translate to a more nimble position. That's a big, giant jump for defensive ends. Even if they're stand-up guys in college, being a defensive end on one half of the play and a linebacker on another play is a giant responsibility. It takes a special person, and I would say that there's a lot more misses than there are hits trying to identify that player.
I mean, there are. All I ask is that people don't judge Brian Burns based off of what other men before him could not do. That's all I ask. Because Brian Burns, as a prospect, his athletic profile genuinely is special. And Joey, you weren't on here yet when I said this the first time. He has a similar athletic profile to DeMarcus Lawrence for the Cowboys, and the Cowboys just paid him all the money in the world. I mean, if anything, Burns has a better athletic profile than Lawrence did. And Lawrence was a second-round pick. So,
I was here looking at his NFL.com like his file on Burns, and the comparison they made to him in the league now is Leonard Floyd from Chicago. He played at Georgia.
I was never in love with Leonard Floyd, but hey, I understand why they would make that assessment. I'm more of the mindset of a DeMarcus Lawrence. I feel if you look at his play tape, all of his play tape, over 70% of his play tape is him playing defensive end in a 4-3. So, I mean, I really, I don't know what else to say other than that. Obviously, he has something to prove, just like all these draft picks do. None of these picks have proven to be worth a damn in the NFL.
Mm-hmm.
I think this helps our second round pick, though.
Seattle bringing it down to the wire.
Yeah, really. 10 seconds left.
And they got back-to-back, CK?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Come on. What if they did this? What if they
I wonder if they're going to get a full
didn't
package.
submit their pick? Doesn't it go to the next team?
Well, the next team is the Seahawks.
Yeah, so they just be like, fuck y'all. We're just going to give up our pick. No.
Did the
what are they
Giants
doing?
blow it by picking what's his name?
Yes. Yes.
I think they did too.
You could have picked him
again.
days
Let
from
me
now.
let me ask: who has the best pick? Who made the best pick of the NFC South teams?
So there's only been 3 of them. It's been Devin White, Chris Lindstrom for Atlanta, and Brian Burns for Carolina. I think it's us, man.
Yeah, I agree.
I would think us.
I do think that it's us.
You don't think Devin White was a good pick for the Bucs?
I do. I love that pick for them, and I do think that Devin White it will be a good player for them. The thing about Devin White, though, is he still has so much to learn about playing a linebacker in the NFL. He's only been a linebacker for about 2 or 3 years now. So he hasn't been doing it.
I think that pick was too need-based, Joey.
Okay.
Just too, it doesn't have anything to do with him. It's just like we picked the greatest, the best player at the position we needed the most. Which, you know what, may not be an awful strategy, to be honest. Instead of us just talking about like, oh, BPA, you gotta do the best player available. Maybe that is the way to do it. Maybe they are next level in saying this is that like not only are we trying to get a blue chip player, this is a top 10 player and it's a top need. Maybe that's not as ridiculous as I make it out to make it seem to be. I just have a hard time, Joe, with inside linebacker in the top. It's like when I saw that font kid go, I was like, it's just, I don't care how good you are, you shouldn't go that high in the NFL draft.
All right. I mean, I think that's a fair assessment. It take more out of need than, they definitely needed a linebacker. There's no doubt, and they went out and got one.
Cody, you described it as the worst kept secret ever.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, everyone knew.
I mean, everybody knew it was going to happen. That was the only thing in the draft. Well, actually, the first 4 or 5 picks, we all knew were going to happen. Now it's just crazy. Dave Gettleman got in there and screwed up the whole NFL draft.
I remember hearing rumors around the time of the Combine that the Tampa Bay Buccaneers were absolutely enamored with Devin White. And it's just everyone knew that they loved him. And the fact that Josh Allen, who had 17 sacks in the SEC last year, fell into their lap and they didn't want him. They preferred Devin White over him. I mean, that tells you how locked in they were on Devin White.
I think there's a little recency fear in there. You had this kind of pretty good linebacker core, but their defense was never dominant as shit, even when they had Quan and homeboy.
Secondary was garbage as well.
I just feel like this is such a high investment, man. That mug better be better than Luke Kuechly. That's what I say. It's like, damn. I mean, like, what do you? I mean, that is high up. That
Yeah, you're right. It definitely is way up there. I mean, he got picked higher than Kuechly did.
Yeah, it was like Kuechly was like 8 or 9.
So did Roquan Smith last year. To be fair, I liked Devin White. I did Roquan Smith out of Georgia.
Okay, the pick is in for Seattle.
Come on, Seattle. Let us go to bed.
Hopefully they're just going to read both of them.
Yeah. I'm thinking they're probably either going to go for O-line and safety or safety and corner.
So hold on to your boats. I mean, this is not confirmed.
There's
but
been a trade. Seattle traded with Seattle. Sorry.
Apparently, Seattle wants to pick a player and then trade down. I don't know. Maybe that's Carolina. I don't know.
They want to pick a player and trade out of the 30th spot.
So yeah, they have 2 picks back to back.
Do it.
See them get somebody like a Byron Murphy right here for the Seahawks.
See, I'm reading tweets right now, and I honestly don't know what's true. Let's see if this is true. The Seahawks select LJ Collier out of TCU at 29, and the Giants are on the clock at 30. Now that might just be.
That might
be. I'm seeing more and more of that. So I think that's what's happening right now.
How much time we got?
Well,
left
waiting on the Seahawks pick right here.
Yeah, that's what I'm hearing, man. The Seattle Seahawks traded they traded that pick to the Giants.
What are Gettleman thinking, man?
Yeah, they said they traded the 30th overall pick.
Joey Gettleman. Thoughts on Dave Gettleman? What is wrong with
him? Has senility hit early?
Are we the crazy people? He has been doing this for like 5 years.
Seattle pick.
Why does he do this?
Seattle picks.
LJ
Collier. So I was right. So that means the Giants have traded their next pick. And if Twitter is correct, I already know who this pick is to.
Who is it?
DeAndre Baker, the cornerback out of Georgia.
Dang.
The Giants are going to be terrible for the next 10 years.
Yeah, I also think the Giants are probably. Yeah, man.
He's 200 and what?
Yeah, LJ Collier he's a player that I had.
How much did he weigh? Oh, so he's a defensive end?
Yeah, he's a defensive end, but he's played some 3 tech also.
Yeah, Giants did trade into the first round.
Joey, you know what he's got. An he got some ass.
That's what Dave Gettleman comes up with. All right, here comes the pick.
This should be DeAndre Baker.
Yeah, it is.
Yep.
Man. Dude, Greedy Williams is falling hard, dude.
Byron Murphy's falling as well.
Imagine if we picked up another LSU cornerback in the second round, dude.
The Giants gave up 3 picks for that guy.
We can tell James Bradbury to hit the road, son.
Yeah, James Ashbury. Can't even cover blade of grass.
These guys, you guys are some Bradbury haters up in here tonight.
I mean, I feel we've seen enough of him to know that he is the shutdown corner that we wanted him to
I
be.
think he's been pretty good for a second rounder.
Yeah,
He's gotten better every year.
Yeah, pretty good. Yeah, he's pretty good. Okay, so Bradbury is
That's better than
good
what we had before, which is pretty bad.
Yeah, but why settle for average when you can have a shutdown?
We got another trade. Atlanta traded into the first round.
Oh, Atlanta traded up, dude.
Guess what? I bet you they're going. Bet you they're going greedy.
All right, I'm not even looking at Twitter. I'm just
No way. It's not back into the first, huh?
So listen, I'm not even set. I feel like there are 2 televisions that are ahead of mine. So as soon as anyone sees the pick, just say it.
Let's see. I'm trying to find out details of the trades here in a minute.
Why do we got to endure a 33rd pick? Or are they just showing that on ESPN? Like, because we're on 31 now.
The Giants are the 30th pick. 31
It's Atlanta right now.
31 will be Atlanta, and then 32.
Okay. Please be over, stupid NFL. When do we pick tomorrow? How many more we gotta wait in Durham?
Probably the same amount of time as the first round.
Yeah, it won't be 7 tomorrow.
But it's not always the same, is it? Like
no, it continues.
Oh yeah, that's right. Because they're doing is rotating it. Because us, Miami, Atlanta, and Washington finished out with the same record. So
we'll probably be like the 55th pick or some shit like that.
All right, Atlanta's pick is in.
Come on, Atlanta. Fuck your whole organization up for the next decade. Right now. Please.
Hey, so Drew Lock has not come off the board yet.
Okay, New York got the 30th pick for Seattle got a 2nd round pick, a 4th round pick, and a 5th round pick.
Mm-hmm.
Damn, loading up.
3 picks for 1.
And then the Rams got a 2nd and a 3rd round pick, and then Atlanta got the 31st pick and the 6th round pick.
I tell you what, dude. Say what you want about Atlanta. I fucking hate them too, but they are not afraid to trade back up for the dude that they want.
Yeah. So the Rams got an extra 2nd, an extra 3rd from the Falcons.
Moved up 14.
Caleb McGarry.
Oh, wow.
What?
From Washington.
I've previewed him on this show after this.
That's a tackle and a guard for them.
Yeah, he can do whatever they want. 6'7", 315 pounds. He's a people mover.
Who is it, Joe?
Caleb McGarry from Washington, offensive tackle.
So I hope everyone realizes Atlanta just rebuilt their offensive
line.
Yeah. It's also surprising that Jawan Taylor and Cody Ford hasn't been picked up yet.
I know, that's so weird to me, man. That is so weird to me.
Hey, people are just being kind. They know we need them, so they're going to let them wait until the second round
right.
and let us pick them up.
Dude, if Cody Ford is on the board when we pick tomorrow, dude, I'll never stop busting in that. TMI. I'm sorry, but it's just
we got one more pick left, and it's.
I'll never stop busting.
Please
dude.
be over, and please be Cody Ford.
We have one more. Man. One more.
Cody, I don't think you're going to be able to continue to do the show if you're going to be
forever, man. We need you back here on Tuesday, bro.
I just feel like you're going to get dehydrated, bro.
Yeah, no doubt, man. No doubt. I'll have fun in the meantime, though. Oh my god, dude.
What,
all right, Tony,
the Patriots always gotta fuck everything up.
There's one. I bet this is AJ Brown. I have no idea, but I bet this is
Irv Smith.
You think this is who, Cody?
AJ Brown, the receiver from Ole Miss.
Ole Miss, yeah.
All right, so let's do the closing mess, though, because I am tired of this first round, and I have to work in the morning.
Oh, yeah.
So let's do this. Let's talk about just at the end, right now, you've had a draft that has the typical ups and downs, the wildness of the NFL draft, except for the Carolina Panthers. Drafting a guy who we think a lot of people forecast being the guy there. Now, tomorrow opens up rounds 2 and 3, I'm assuming.
Mm-hmm.
How do the Panthers now progress? We're sitting here looking at this draft class unfold. Cody, since you've been all over the draft, I'll let you start here. You know, you get your guy. Now, there's a lot of other guys who could have been your guy at 16. Man, we got to be thirsty looking for some of those guys hanging out right now.
Absolutely, man. Look for Carolina to take a safety tomorrow. Definitely an offensive tackle. Bobby Evans is a name to look out for. Yannick Kajus is another name to look out for. Juan Thornhill, Nasir Adderley. There we have another. The second, third, and fourth round is tomorrow. Follow me on Twitter, CODYLAC. I'll be tweeting my opinions on the whole thing, and man, we're in a good spot to fill out the holes on our football team.
Jesse, tell me what your takeaways for the Carolina Panthers are coming in and that defensive end going forward. Where are we looking at heading into the second and third rounds of the draft?
Well, I like the pickup with Brian Burns because, it gives us like I said many times in previous outtakes, is that it gives us a speed rusher that will get after the quarterback. Because last year when I was looking at Carolina Panthers game, the opposite quarterback was making sandwiches, reading newspaper, mowing the grass. He had all day to throw the ball. We need somebody to get after the quarterback. And then for our second and third round pick, I'd say if somebody like a Nasir Adderley's out there or Juan Thornhill, I would take that. And then our third round pick, I would look like Cody said, maybe a Yannick Juice, a Ben Powers, left guard from Oklahoma, because there's a lot of talks like, we need to go left tackle because we don't technically have a left tackle, but really our left guard Greg Van Roten wasn't much better than whoever we had on left tackle.
CK, as we watch this draft board unfold, I think that we've seen the initial quarterbacks go off the board, and I think the league is A-okay with it. Thank you, Dave Gettleman here. The Carolina Panthers, we've heard, have been interested in potentially drafting a quarterback. You've heard some people speculate as high as the second. To me, the idea, what I just saw tonight just pushes, even if that was something important to you, even further down. There's no need to overreach, in my opinion. I'm thinking if we pick a quarterback, it's post fourth round. How do you feel now that that draft board has come about?
My opinion, I don't think we need to be drafting a quarterback in this draft anyway.
Amen. Thank you.
Let's focus on other points of need. I mean, that's something I think we have a pretty good group. I mean, it's no matter what. Let's be honest. We've already had this conversation. The season's over if Cam's out. Not going to be changing because we drafted a QB in the second, third, or fourth round. Let's be completely clear about that. But moving forward,
Nikhil Harry to New England.
Sorry, I didn't catch that. What was that?
Nikhil Harry to New England.
Oh.
Look at that pretty girl. Oh, my goodness.
So, just so everyone is aware, DK Metcalf had 2 receivers drafted ahead of him, Marquise Brown and Nikhil Harry. I did not have a first-round selection on Harry. His lack of ability to separate was a big deal for me, but the Patriots love him, and they're going to make him into a baller, no doubt.
What about the thing that I thought is they probably should have drafted DK Metcalf because he and Tom Brady have the cone drill in common.
Yeah, true. Yeah.
Do they run at the same time?
True that. All right, Tony, the draft is over, man.
Thank Jesus. Thank Jesus. All right. So
tomorrow night.
Closing thoughts here. For me, nothing. While there were some giant things that happened, up and down movement, we picked the guy I think that we would have picked had there been zero movement in this draft if we could have. I hope I'm buying into what you guys said, and I'm hoping that the coaching staff just believes in that person enough to say this is our guy, because that's what I think you need to do in the first round. Just say, this is our dude. I don't care whatever all the other teams are doing. I don't care if the people are rising or falling. We're so happy this guy is right here for us. Brian Burns is that guy. I'm excited. Come on and beat the shit out of some Matt Ryan and
Drew Brees.
Somebody tackle all of them. Drew Brees for a minute, and Jameis Winston, please send him to another team.
Send him to another team.
Jameis is doing a pretty good job of making that case himself.
Yeah.
Hey, listen, I just want to send a real quick thanks to Cody from Virginia and Jesse, my favorite Clemson fan. You guys are great on the show.
Yeah, tremendous.
Yeah, really. Thanks, you guys, for joining us. You added a bunch to the show tonight.
I think
yeah, everybody was great. I'm happy that you all were able to join us. Look forward to this Tuesday's show, man. I know there are a bunch of people that are not necessarily happy with Brian, but I'm gonna have a bunch of clips. We'll be back on Shindig, and we're gonna tackle all of these picks in the draft, and we're gonna listen to Marty Herney and Ron Rivera, and you're gonna tell us whether you trust him or not. So it'll be up for you to decide. Thank you all for joining us, and it's been fun, fellas.
All right. Well, let's call it on that. That's a good exit. We'll see you Tuesday night, the C3 Panthers podcast. We chop up the latest Panthers news and opinions from the fan perspective every Tuesday night, 9 p.m. Check us out on YouTube, CarolinaCatChronicles.com. We'll see you later. Carolina Panther. I hope the Saints blow it, whatever round they pick, because they don't pick in the first round. Ha ha, bitches.